Thank you. I'm going to call the order. Council members, let me call the meeting to order, please. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Engler,
Here.
Councilmember Newman,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam,
Here.
and Mayor McNamee.
Here. On September 11, 2001, a date etched in the annals of history shall forever be remembered, not just for the profound tragedy that befell our great nation, but also for the indomitable spirit that arose from the heart of every American. On that fateful day, our homeland was brutally assaulted by merciless terrorists, yet from the ashes of destruction emerged true heroes among us. Amidst the chaos and devastation, it was the valiant members of the New York Fire Department and police departments who embodied the very essence of courage and self-sacrifice. Their response to the gravest of crises served as a poignant reminder to all of us, an unyielding reminder of the paramount importance of our dedicated safety personnel and their unwavering commitment safeguarding our lives and freedom. As we gather today on the solemn anniversary of those horrific attacks, we come together as a nation to pay tribute to those brave men and women who exemplify the very best of America. It is with great pride and profound gratitude that we introduce our community's fire and police honor guards, an enduring symbol of respect and admiration for those who stand unwavering in the face of adversity, defending our communities and our way of life. In honoring these remarkable individuals, we not only honor their exceptional service, but also reaffirm our collective resolve to stand united against any threat that may dare challenge the spirit and resilience of our great land. Together, as one nation, we shall forever remember, and in the face of adversity, we shall forever prevail. Please stand, place your hand over your heart, honor guard. Big hand for our color guard. My thanks to the Color Guard. Thank you for being here on this day. We'll now begin our special presentation for tonight. We will now begin the special presentation. I would like to call Dusty Russell, Economic Development Analyst, to the podium for a special presentation on our business recognition program, and to introduce our award recipient. Dusty?
Good evening, Mayor McNamee and City Council. Last year, the Economic Development Division introduced a new business recognition program to the community. The program is designed to highlight one exceptional Thousand Oaks business on a quarterly basis for special achievements or other unique contributions to enhancing our economic prosperity, sustainability, resilience, or other activities fostering community enrichment in Thousand Oaks. Tonight, we would like to recognize our newest program award recipient. Oak and Iron is a locally owned, unique craft cocktail bar and treasure hidden in plain sight at 2967 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Established in 2018, its beverage menu offers garden-to-glass recipes featuring locally sourced ingredients, seasonal whims, and high-quality spirits. 5 years after opening its doors, Oak and Iron has built a reputation as a go-to place in Thousand Oaks for delicious drinks and memorable experiences. Moreover, Oak and Iron has become a valued member and ally of our local small business community. They have built long-standing relationships and collaborated with a range of our small businesses to source ingredients locally, co-host pairing events to increase exposure to new customers, and so much more. Oak and Iron continues to explore new ways to expand their reach beyond their four walls. They recently added a mobile cocktail trailer to their service offerings so customers can hire them for weddings, corporate events, and other celebrations. They are also developing an online store so enthusiasts can bring the taste of Oak and Iron home. There's so much more to Oak and Iron's story, but it's much better to hear about it with a drink in hand. So I'll end here and suggest folks stop by Oak and Iron to hear the rest of the story directly from them. Mayor McNamee, at this time, I'd like to invite you to the podium to share a few words of your own and to present the award on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Dusty. At this time, I would like to invite the awardees of Oak and Iron to come on up and accept the award. And by the way, this award was premised on you bringing samples for everybody. Did you do so? Next time. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us to accept this award. Why don't you come on over here on this side? It's probably better for the camera. There you go. You know the drill. Presenting the award, this award is always a joyful moment for me, especially when this is a local business in Thousand Oaks. No one knows better than you the unique and extreme challenges business owners face in our recent years. Oak and Iron could not have been a better name for your business. You have shown strength and resilience to withstand and adapt to extreme conditions and persevere to open a wonderful business. Your other council members and I, people of Thousand Oaks, wish to recognize you tonight. We wish you many years of success in Thousand Oaks, and my most sincerest congratulations. What we'd like to do at this point is have you come in front. We will join us for a photo, and come on up with me over here. Council members, please, big hand. As our community knows, Thousand Oaks is vulnerable to wildfires and even flooding. In September, we recognized National Preparedness Month. Our city public works staff have been designated as first responders during an emergency, helping to maintain critical infrastructure. But of course, we are not doing this alone. We are fortunate to live in an area where regional coordination is the standard. We partner closely with the County of Ventura, other governmental agencies, and nonprofit organizations like the American Red Cross to ensure a timely response. We are fortunate to have Steve Medina from the American Red Cross with us today to speak briefly about the National Preparedness Month. Steve, please join me at the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council folks, and citizens of Thousand Oaks. I remember the first time I came through Thousand Oaks back 1972 and driving through this wonderful community, and I was awed. I was awed by the thousands of trees. Even though I grew up in San Luis Obispo and we call that paradise, we had our own paradise here. Thousand Oaks is a unique community. We bond together, and it's beautiful in its natural habitat. However, with this natural habitat, we have natural disasters. And most importantly, that we prepare for them. That's where our partnership with the community, with the American Cross, is so critical. We offer tools and part of our organization in Disaster Preparedness Month. I have taken over this role recently as the Disaster Preparedness Coordinator for Ventura County, working with local HOAs, senior communities, and so forth, putting together and reviewing the importance of earthquake preparedness, as an example, wildfire preparedness, and many programs within children. So our best line of defense for our community is education. And we need to be well educated in how we can come together as a community and support each other. I know, dealing with the earthquake myself many years ago, that we came together as a community. But as we can see, the first call to an effort in any community is our local residents who support the community. And we think of our community and hold that together. With that, I want to thank you again for the recognition from the City of Thousand Oaks, and we look forward to a continued relationship.
Stay here, don't go too far. Oh. Steve, one of the strengths I feel of Thousand Oaks is that we take care of our families, look after our neighbors, and care about our community. On behalf of the City of Thousand Oaks, my fellow council members, myself as mayor, we'd like to present to you this proclamation. And I'd like for you to join it, myself and the other council members up there, for a photo
excellent.
opportunity.
Thank
Big
you.
hand. Again, thank you, Steve. Appreciate the work you do. We're on item 8, public comments. Madam Clerk.
This is the time and place for public comments. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 13 individuals have requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
I'd like to let you know that you have 3 minutes, and it's solid 3 minutes. At 15 seconds, I'm going to say very quietly, 15 seconds. So you know to start wrapping up your thoughts, because at 3 minutes, I'm going to call up the next speaker so we can keep the meeting moving forward. First up, we have Clint Foltz. He's on Zoom. Clint, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin when ready.
Hello, my name is Clint Foltz, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. On August 23rd, the city of Agora Hills voted to divest its portfolio of companies that contribute to the climate crisis. Mayor Chris Anstead said keeping money out of the hands of carbon-polluting businesses is in line with Agora's overall policy on the environment. The city of Agora Hills is in good company, as many notable institutions are currently divesting from fossil fuels. Just today, it was announced that New York University will divest from all forms of coal, oil, and natural gas. I would urge the city of Thousand Oaks to follow the example set by the city of Agora Hills and divest its portfolio from companies that contribute to the climate crisis. Fossil fuels benefited from $7 trillion in subsidies last year, despite being the primary cause of the climate crisis. Meanwhile, the International Energy Agency tells us that solar power is the cheapest electricity in history. This year isn't even over yet, and climate-related disasters have cost more than $57.6 billion and claimed the lives of at least 253 people in the US. Investing in fossil fuels is unconscionable. Back in 2014, the Thousand Oaks City Council established a 2064 visioning program that took input from the community and created the top 10 guiding principles for the city to implement over the next 50 years. Number 5 on that list is continued commitment to being an environmental leader on topics such as climate change adaptation and reduction, zero waste, zero net energy, water use, and greenhouse gas reduction. Listen to the people of your community and the city councils that came before you and be a leader on climate. Divest the city's portfolio of companies that contribute to the climate crisis. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kinsey Flame on Zoom. Kinsey, you have 3 minutes. Kinsey, you with me?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead and begin when ready.
Hello.
Yes, hello, how are you? All is well, I
Hi,
hope.
it's Kinsey Flame. I am a parent and a business owner in Canal Valley. I apologize. We are at the soccer field and I'm jumping out from assistant coaching to tell you guys some information that I thought would be important concerning crossing guards. Banyan School is our home school. We have not had a crossing guard in over 5 years consistently, which means that the kids that were there in kindergarten when we did have a crossing guard, they're not there anymore. It's a completely different set of families that have never been able to consistently count on a crossing guard. So if you could please just take a look into that and take a look into when you're having people go out and check the schools. Because for example, if there's an assembly on Friday, there's going to be a lot of parents driving in because we're going to stay for that assembly because it's a very parent volunteering school. We get involved. So if you could make sure that you're looking at those aspects of it as well. And then I heard some chatter today about middle schools. And just to let the city council know, some of our middle schools have staggering start times, meaning that there's a 0 period and there's a first period. So those kids aren't going to get to school at the same time. So if you're just basing your numbers on the kids that are getting there at 0 period or first period, they're obviously going to be skewed. So thank you so much for hearing me, and I look forward to seeing what's going to happen with our crossing guards.
Thank you. Next up on Zoom, we have Carol Shelton. Carol, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin when ready. Carol?
Good evening. My name is Carol Shelton, and I am here on behalf of the Autism Society of Ventura County and their advocacy committee. Autism Society of Ventura County advocates for local public policies that improve the lives of children and adults with autism. As a mission-based organization, Autism Society of Ventura County represents individuals and families living with autism and partners with other local organizations to improve the lives of all marginalized community members in Ventura County. We would like to thank you for proclaiming September as National Preparedness Month. Individuals with disabilities and their families are at greater risk of emergency than people and families without disabilities. As a parent of adult children with disabilities, I am painfully aware of how vulnerable my family is in so many situations. I'm going to share a few key initiatives that protect, empower, and prepare this vulnerable populations. I hope you will consider building and enhancing the following initiatives. Number 1, specialized training for first responders. Many individuals with autism may react differently during emergencies, which can sometimes be misinterpreted by those trying to help. Specialized training for our first responders on recognizing and assisting autistic individuals can prove to be invaluable and life-saving. We are prepared to provide these trainings. Number 2, providing accessible and individualized preparedness materials. Infographics, visual aids, and easy to understand language can also make a difference when it comes to implementation. Number 3, safe spaces in shelters. Crowded and noisy environments in shelters can be particularly challenging for those with autism. Designating a quiet area or providing noise-canceling headphones can offer relief. We look forward to engaging with you to ensure that National Preparedness Month makes everyone in our community safer. For more information on Autism Society of Ventura County and our advocacy committee, email us at advocacy@autismventura.org. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Matt Lorimer. Please step up to the microphone. After Matt, we have, oh boy, Harihana will be next up, Hariharan. Please come on down and sit behind so that way you're ready to go. Matt, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Thousand Oaks City Council and the residents of Thousand Oaks. Tonight, we have a 911 in the city of Thousand Oaks. Let me tell you my experience. I have a mother who's 94 years old I brought to Los Robles Hospital. It took 6 hours, basically, to seek help at that hospital. When I asked to speak to somebody, they said it was on autopilot. I asked for a reclining chair. My mom was hunched over in a wheelchair for 6 hours because they didn't have any available. Tonight, you all, as elected officials, you approve new housing between different agencies here. You're buying a hotel to convert for homeless. The health and well-being of your citizens needs to be number one. You have 130,000 people that live in this city. Los Angeles County Fire Department, from Westlake, Calabasas, to Conejo Valley, to Moore Park, to Newbury Park, to Camarillo, Los Robles is out of control. You don't have adequate help in that emergency room. It is not working. Today, you can make a difference. You say, we can't build a hospital. You can build a hospital. It's your job to put it on the agenda item. The next thing, tell hospitals all over that you want to build a hospital. Number 3, waive all the fees. Number 4, if you have to use eminent domain to take a property to build another hospital, you need to do it. Carl's Jr. site, that mall is run down. That would be a good location to take 3/4 of it. But ask yourself this question today. If it was your mother, your father, your daughter, Los Robles is out of control because the emergency room cannot serve the people of this community. It is outrageous. In Thousand Oaks, in America today, you have to wait 6 hours to get emergency services. Many people waited long hours there. It is unacceptable. You are a body. You can't build a hospital, but you can bring it up as an agenda item. You can take care of your citizens. If you're a senior, no matter who you are, if we were to have another shooting at the borderline, would people die because it's overcapacity? The hospital is out of control because it can't serve the demographics anymore. I asked you, I beg you as a city council to bring it up as an agenda item. The health and well-being of these citizens of this community is number one. It's not just about building houses. It's not about just adding stop signs. It's important. And you need to make it a priority because the people of this community will die unless somebody cares enough to fix the problem of building another hospital. Thank you.
Next up, we have, sir, would you please help me on how to pronounce your name? I am so sorry. How do I pronounce that?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, my name is Hariharan Potulu. You can call me Hari.
Hari, welcome. You have had 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I am a resident of Newbury Park. I am here to request the City of Thousand Oaks to declare October as the Hindu Heritage Month. Why October? October is celebrated as the Hindu Heritage Month across United States and Canada, as it typically hosts an array of festivals celebrated by the diverse communities per their own dharma-based calendars. Some examples are some Sanskrit words I'm going to use. Navaratri, the 9 holy days celebrating the feminine aspect of divinity, and Dashara, which signifies victory of good over evil, and Diwali, among other festivals. Many states and cities across USA and Canada have declared October as Hindu Heritage Month already over past multiple years. Thousand Oaks is home to a vibrant community of Hindu Americans who have made significant contributions to our city across all fields. The Hindu heritage, culture, traditions, and values have greatly enriched our great city. Some of the norms that embody the fundamentals of Hindu principles and practices are pluralism and inclusiveness, reverence for knowledge, strong family structure, and ahimsa, another Sanskrit word for non-violence that Mahatma Gandhi had greatly advertised. We also proudly say that we are at the top of Seva, which is Sanskrit word for charity and selfless service. So by declaring October as Hindu Heritage Month, the city will help promote education about Hindu civilization to the general public and the many contributions of Hindu Americans to the community. In summary, I am humbly requesting our great city to declare October as Hindu Heritage Month. We have a draft that our kids have put together. I will be happy to work with the city staff to, if with your permission, to see if it can be declared. Thank you for your consideration.
Next up, we have Robert Ayers, and after Robert, we're going to have Wendy McLeod. Wendy, if you would come down and have a seat behind, you'll be ready to go right after he's concluded. Robert, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. I came to yell at you guys, but he beat me to it, so I won't yell at you. My name is Bob Ayers. I live in Thousand Oaks. I've been here many times. Start with something positive. I'll say happy birthday to my son, Nick, my hero. Happy birthday, Nick. 2.5 years, we've had to live across the street from a drug house where 30 and 40 cops have come and with machine guns and armored vehicles and removed a murderer. We've had drugs sold out of the house. We've had people OD in front of our house. Last night, I get up to get a drink of water at 10:50. There's a truck outside and people are breaking into the house across the street. I call the cops. The cops have been great. Thank you to all the cops of Thousand Oaks. Thank you to the code enforcement folks. But the city council, you guys can do something. 2.5 years we have had to live with this crap. In the last 2 weeks, somebody has pulled up in front of this house and egged the house for why I have no reason. You know, it's been condemned now since February. We need your help. I mean, you guys got to come up with some way to get rid of houses like this. The people are in jail. They're sending people that get out of jail before them with letters to the house for the police so they can live in the condemned house. So it takes us to run them off. But I got to tell you guys, 2.5 years. 2.5 years we have lived across the street from an absolute crap hole. And it's affected our health. It's affected the neighbors' health. They're scared to death. My daughter, for the longest time, couldn't even bring the 2 grandchildren over because of what was happening every week. And the last 2 weeks, we've had somebody smash in the back door of this house. The trash is this high throughout the house. It's this high around the house. The poor cops, last week when they came in after they smashed in the door, the poor cops had to go through there with flashlights. There's no power, there's no water, there's no lights. I mean, nothing. And they had to travel across garbage this deep to get through the house, and everywhere they shined their flashlights, they said rats were running like crazy. I mean, if nothing else, tent the damn thing. You know, the city could tent this house because it's a hazard, and then charge the company that owns it or the people, put a lien on the house. But you can do something, you know, and I hear all this, oh, neighbors get together and city helping out, and oh, we're all together in this.
15 seconds.
And thank you for your call. You're the only person we received a call from. Anyway, we need some friggin' help. And thanks to the cops again. You guys have been great.
Next up, we have Wendy McLeod. After that, Madhu Hebar, and if you'd wait behind, that would be great. Wendy, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, my name is Wendy McLeod, and I'm a Thousand Oaks resident. Thank you, Kevin, for asking me to come down and meet everyone in person. I've gotten positive responses from all of you. David, thank you for Melissa's contact. I grew up in the town of Thousand Oaks, and I love this place. And I moved away in the 90s. I now have a 4-year-old daughter and a husband and my elderly father, and we moved back. I've been back a couple of months maybe. I took my daughter to her first carnival, Conejo Valley Days, and I was just really astonished that it had been reduced to a strip of asphalt and a couple of rides. No rodeo. I had a barbecue sandwich, a half of one that was $14. It was really discouraging. And then I found out there's no parade. And I was just wondering what happened to this town. I really want to bring back the parade. Our 60th year of us being a city is coming up, but I have a feeling I'm going to want this to be an annual thing like it was before. I think our community needs this. We need this cohesiveness with all the divisiveness going on. It used to be such a fun 4 days. Shops would paint their windows, and the shop owners and the employees were all dressed Western. We had a children's parade and contests. We had a kickoff picnic at Borchard, and all of that's gone now. And I just feel like saying, you know, Donna Fargo's like rolling over in her grave if anyone even remembers who Donna Fargo is anymore, you know? She dedicated her life to preserving the spirit of this town. And she donated her house to Parks and Rec District, and I believe it sold for close to $700,000, but we can't have a parade or a rodeo. I really, really need help with this. I need funding. I need volunteers. And I want to do something for the businesses, because I know the businesses are, you know, might be suffering a little bit from closing down for a couple of hours, 1 day a year. So I'd like to do something that could benefit them in some kind of way so that everyone's on board with this. I need all the buy-ins that I need. I've been back, I haven't even unpacked my house yet. We've only been living here for a short while. And I've got over 200 followers on Facebook just because I made a gripe about it, you know? It's like, I want my daughter to experience my childhood that I had, because this is paradise, like that guy was saying. It is. It's a great place to raise a child and a family, and I love Thousand Oaks very, very much. So, thank you.
Next up, we have Madhu Haber. Then after that, we have Sabbath Haber, I believe. Anyways, please, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Madhu Hebbar. I'm a 20-year resident of Thousand Oaks. Hindu community is a minority in the USA, and we are productive members in this community as elsewhere in the United States. There are, if not hundreds, thousands of families in Hindu community members in Conejo Valley. We have raised and donated hundreds of pounds of food to Manna Food Bank here in Thousand Oaks in the past 4 years. We run a food pantry which serves entire Conejo Valley, including Thousand Oaks. We have that pantry in Kashi in Simi Valley. We do clay cleaning. We are serving the society we live in. But why I'm here today? 2 concerns. The first one, it hasn't happened in Thousand Oaks, but I have had reports from other cities in the United States where people are going and talking bad about Hindu organizations engaged in community service. The same 2 people, I don't want to name them, and they go around to every city council member, they use the public comment, they simply blame, spread falsehood regarding Hindu community organizations. But more important and immediate concern is the California bill SB 403. I know Thousand Oaks City cannot do anything about it, but you can voice our concerns on our behalf to the people that you talk to in the city, in the state. SB 403, here the state has made a rule regarding caste. And what the state has done here is that they are acting as a judge, jury, and the executioner. State teaches very unfairly regarding caste with respect to Hinduism in the school textbooks. At the same time, based on very false data, certain Senate members in the state have brought this bill called SB 403, and it has passed the Senate and the Congress. One thing I have to acknowledge here, our own representative Jackie Irwin has abstained from voting on this bill and showing support to the Hindu community's concerns. I just want city council members to be cognizant of our feelings, concerns regarding these things that are hurting the Hindu community. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sabbath Hebar. Please come on up. And after that, we'll have Josh Gray. Josh, go ahead and have a seat behind. We'll call you up in just a moment. You have your choice between that one and the other microphone. Either one works fine. I think the other one would be better for you. Begin when ready.
Thank you. My name is Sabita Hebar, and I'm a Hindu American citizen of South Thousand Oaks, living here for the past 18 years. I'm here today to celebrate with you one of our recent festivals called the Raksha Bandhan, which is actually very much affiliated to communities. So Raksha means protection, Bandhan is a bond. So what I'm wearing here is a Raksha Bandhan, which we tie to our near and dear, thanking them for being with us, for supporting what is right, and protecting each other. In Sanskrit, we say, Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. We will fight for what is right, and that will, in turn, be protecting us also. This is thousands of years of a tradition practice from our country, and it has been passed on from kings to the common man, and today it is from us to all you people here, the council members and honorable mayor, thanking you for being for us, and as a promise that we are also going to be for you. We have tied this Raksha Bandhan to the police and the firemen of Thousand Oaks, and we are planning to do also this year. So I just came here to celebrate this Raksha Bandhan with you and to reinstate our promise to stand for what is right and appreciate each other. Thank you so much for your time. And I have with me a box of cashew cookies, which I would like to share with you, and I can leave it here. And there are some Rakshas or Rakis, which also you can take from us. Thank you from the Hindu American community of Thousand Oaks.
Thank you. Food is always graciously welcomed by this council, and Oak and Iron drinks as well when you're ready. Next up, we have Josh Gray, and after that, Jeff Harris.
I'm sorry, I did not bring you cookies or anything edible or consumable.
Next up, we have...
Thank you, Mayor McNamee and council members. My name is Josh Gray. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism for the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, here with a few updates from the Chamber. On the event front, I just want to quickly thank the Mayor and Councilmember Engler and staff for joining us at El Sancho Loco Taqueria y Cantina and the Angry Chicks ribbon cuttings, both recently. Thank you for your attendance. And then for upcoming events, on the 26th at 8 a.m., the Chamber's hosting the Legislative Roundtable with Commander Jeremy Paris of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. On the 27th at 5:30 p.m., the Chamber's hosting The Mixer at Stagecoach Inn Museum. On October 1st, the Chamber hosts the 12th Annual Taste of Conejo at the Hyatt Regency Westlake. And then on November 5th, we have the Spotlight Breakfast Education in Conejo Valley, where we have partnered with the local school district and our local universities to get together and talk about issues in education locally. You can register for all these events and more on the Chamber website through our events calendar. A quick update on the tourism front. As the council is aware, KTLA Unscripted's local segment aired on August 16th, highlighting local highlights, restaurants, trails, and other great things. You can see it on ktla.com. I also wanted to note for the council that August was an incredibly strong month for our local hotels, and RevPAR and other industry metrics strongly back up how great of an August it was for the local hotels. I don't know if it means anything to you, but we are about at a 160 metric with an expected goal of 130. That 30 points is significant. That's each room extra revenue. And then in the next 2 months, we're going to have 3 influencers coming into town to highlight some local restaurants and trails. The last section I want to give you an update on is Leadership Conejo. The 21st class starts this Friday. We're excited to have 5 City of TO participants join our other local business, nonprofit, and government partner representatives for the class of 23-24. This class plans on visiting many local organizations and spots, including Los Robles Hospital, the Reagan Library, CLU, VCFD,
15 seconds.
VCSD, CVUSD, Amgen, and the Bank of America Performing Arts Center. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Next up, we have Jeff Harris. Jeff, please come on up. And behind Jeff, we have Scott McVeigh. Scott, go ahead and have a seat behind, and we'll call you up shortly. Go ahead,
Good
Jeff.
evening, City Council. I'm Jeff. I'm a resident of the Deer Ridge community in Newbury Park. My neighbors and I are here tonight in opposition of a matter you're going to review a little later this evening about adding a bunch of stop signs to our neighborhood. And I think we each have our own unique perspective, but I'm the baby of the bunch, a young dad with a young family. My kids are outside playing. I know a lot of people don't realize kids do that anymore, but my kids are out riding bikes and throwing balls. And they can do that with the comfort and of my wife and me knowing that they're not going to be in danger because there's not a lot of traffic in our neighborhood. We don't have many cars, and those that do drive our streets are doing so in a very safe manner. I've never in my entire time living in this community seen anybody driving recklessly or in an unsafe manner. So we think the stop signs are just not needed, kind of an eyesore, and something that I hope you'll join us in opposing later this evening. Thank you.
Next up, we have Scott McVeigh, then Dan Tweed will be on Zoom. Scott, come on up again when you're ready. We have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, City Council. I've never been here before, so if I do something wrong, let me know. I'm sure you will. I'm a neighbor of Jeff's as well, except I've been there a lot longer. My wife and I have been there in the Newbury Park Deer Ridge community for 25 years. We've never had any issues at all, and we were surprised to hear that there's a move afoot to actually put stop signs in all these T sections that were clearly the right-of-way is given to those on the through streets, and we just don't see the need for it based on our experience. We've never had any issues. I walk the dog twice a day through the neighborhood. If there's an area of concern, it's crossing over Wendy over to toward the Banyan Park area. If putting something there would be useful, but in our neighborhood itself, we think it's not really useful. It's an eyesore. It's such a nice-looking neighborhood. Like I said, we just have had no issues, and we appreciate consideration. Not talked to, but I've sent my thoughts to the engineer working this, Bradley Ackhart, and I hope that's taken into consideration. I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have on Zoom Dan Tweed. Dan, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin.
Hey, it's a great city. You guys are great. Just some quick announcements. You may remember I have run in the past for City Council of Thousand Oaks, and glad you guys have created the district system. I think that's going to be a better way to get more granular representation for the city. And I'm also actually running for the Transhumanist Party, and just a little bit about transhumanism. It's the idea that humans can improve their quality of life with technology. And I'm actually going to be on the vice presidential ticket for them with Tom Ross. So that's going to be exciting. And I'm also the director of community science for the Transhumanist Party, which you can find at transhumanist-party.org. And what I want to briefly, I think, talk about is the power that community science can achieve for better governance. I think, we're a science, evidence, fact-based kind of party, and I think it's so important that our governance systems become ever better fact-based and evidence-based. It seems like the internet has spread a lot of misinformation since it's been around. So what I think community science or citizen science has the power to do is to test things that can be turned into actually civic resolutions. And I think we could do this at actually the neighborhood block level. it's kind of interesting that the average neighborhood block has about 150 to 350 people. And this is very similar to something called Dunbar's number, which is an anthropological determination of about the most number of people you can form a bond with in your lifetime. It's kind of how many people come to your funeral, let's say. Now, I'm not saying that the people on your block are all going to be in your Dunbar's number tribe, but if we, back when I was a kid, we had things like Neighborhood Watch. There were block parents. If a kid felt unsafe, there was a house on the block that they'd know they'd be safe at. And we should really be knowing our neighbors better. I think the Little Free Library phenomenon is a great way to do this. There's other things like amateur radio, getting the CERT training. There's things like just something as simple as in an emergency, you could
15
put either a
seconds.
green card, a yellow card, or a red card in your window. And the red card would mean, hey, we've got a problem here. We need help from some helpful neighbor. So I know we might be having earthquakes and emergencies, so I congratulate everyone for all the preparedness work they're doing. And that's my time. Thanks.
Next up, we have Suswana, and after Suswana, we have Gary Abrams. Gary, please come on behind and sit behind, and we'll call you up shortly. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Hello, honorable city council members. My name is Swasini Ajayaraman, and I'm a Hindu American and resident of Newbury Park. I'm here to speak about the most important festival for the Hindu American community of Thousand Oaks. It is about Diwali, which is the Festival of Lights. It is a festival that is celebrated not only by Hindu Americans, but also other Dharma-based traditions such as Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism. Diwali is a colorful and fun-filled festival that millions of people across the globe celebrate. It reminds us of how good always prevails over evil and connects communities together. Within the United States, countless cities and states have issued proclamations on Diwali to recognize this extraordinary festival that brings light, wisdom, and knowledge to all. I'm requesting my own city to issue such as a proclamation. It will mean a lot to American-born Hindus like me and promote diversity and inclusion that our city is so proud of. With your permission, I would like to send a draft proclamation to the City Council staff for their review. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Next up, we have Gary Abrams. Gary, go ahead, come on up.
Hello, Council. So I'm here tonight as well. I'm a Newbury Park resident and was also surprised to see a notification from the City of Thousand Oaks that 11 new stop signs will be installed in our community, the tract of which is called Deer Ridge, which is near Wendy and Lynn. I've lived in that community for over 30 years, raised 2 kids in that community. I have 5 grandchildren in that community. Never once have we ever experienced any issue with a safety concern at any of the intersections. We walk dogs at least twice a day. We ride bikes, drive through the neighborhood. It's never been a factor. There are intersections that are not controlled. There's no stop signs now, but it's never been a factor, as I said. Streets are wide, streets are well lit at night, and traffic is very light. And most drivers seem to be very courteous, and they seem to be aware of the fact that an uncontrolled intersection is treated as if it had a yield sign. There's a CBC code that refers to this, 21800, that says an uncontrolled intersection means that a driver who's moving in the intersection has a right of way. And if two drivers approach at the same time, the driver on the right-hand side has the right of way. So this issue, to me, is a complete non-issue. There's no reason that we need to add this expense. We don't need to incur the expense of police enforcement, of additional stop signs in our neighborhood. I think this all started from a fender bender incident, to my knowledge, speaking with the city engineer. In July of 2022, there was someone who went through one of our T intersections and hit another car. No injuries, no paramedics. Someone said they experienced pain, but I looked at that intersection today, actually, and It has a wide view. As you approach this T intersection, you can clearly see oncoming cars from both directions. So my presumption is one of those drivers who caused this accident had to be impaired in some way. There's no way to roll through this, maybe a cell phone, who knows what. But I don't think a stop sign in that case would have made any difference. The city engineer talks about a particular sight distance requirement. That is great when streets are narrow, but again, we have wide streets, we have good lighting, and we have safe drivers, and we have very low traffic. So in short, I think that this is really kind of a solution in
15
search of a
seconds.
problem. And I think the city resources can be much better spent in other areas. Thank you very much.
With that, I'd like to turn this over to our city manager. I believe, Madam Clerk, that's all the public comments for, all right. I'd like to turn this over to city manager, Drew Powers.
Thanks so much, and welcome back, everybody. Just a few follow-up items to our friends from the Hindu community here. I know Alexandra South, our communications director, has already been in contact, providing her contact information to talk through all the items that they brought forward. In regard to crossing guards, thanks to the community's help, we are nearly fully staffed with crossing guards. We anticipate being fully staffed with our existing crossing guard allotment by the end of the month. Banyan is one of those schools that has amongst the lowest count of any of our schools, so when we have a shortage, that's one of the first that is not staffed. So we anticipate good news. They'll be fully staffed hopefully by the end of the month. Do want to remind everybody we have a great new promotional set of materials, walk2schoolto.org, walk2schoolto.org, that our teams put together. We're collaborating with the school district on those resources and really encouraging folks to pick up those counts at those schools, to take the time to walk to school, because we're investing heavily in the crossing guard programs that we offer here from the city. There was comments about Los Robles Hospital. Aware that they've had a significant uptick in COVID and many other health-related issues. So they have had a very, very busy emergency room, and I've gotten that report out from a number of folks. Good news is they do have plans anticipated for a significant emergency room expansion. That was actually on the plate before the pandemic, and was obviously tabled during that period of time. It was a difficult time to construct, so we anticipate that coming back around. We've got a number of other great healthcare investments happening throughout our community in varying locations, including the potential of a new cancer treatment center that the council will hear about early next year. To the gentleman that was speaking on the home that we all know very well, that we've had some significant challenges with. I know Police Chief Paris, I think, was out speaking with him. We're working on this issue on a weekly basis, and in regards to that particular house from the city side, it is a house held by a bank. And there is a mortgage on that house. Thanks to our continued engagement with that mortgage company, our understanding is that they intend to proceed with foreclosure process. I know it's frustrating for everyone in that neighborhood, and certainly those of us that think about if that was our neighbor, we would be extremely frustrated with it. But we are doing everything in our power to press that forward, including citing the house for non-occupancy, which our building official has done. We provided all that documentation to the mortgage company. So we're working very actively via our city attorney's office code and in conjunction with our police department and fire department. And then I think I had one more item on the parade. I know Melissa Hurtado, I think, is called that speaker, and she's meeting with her, I believe, later this week. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Well, perhaps the parade will occur as it did years ago, that the Kiwanis was involved heavily in making that occur, and we have a council member here who's a Kiwanian. Perhaps Council Member Engler will perhaps get the Kiwanians involved, and if not, maybe your wife can get the Rotary involved if Kiwanis can't handle it.
Are you volunteering me?
Yes, I am. All righty, next up, item 9, consent calendar. Any questions from council on the consent items?
Poll M.
polling M. Any other comments?
Move the balance.
Mayor, there is one speaker.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jack Bernard, public speaker. Jack, you've got 3 minutes. Come on down and begin when you're ready.
Hello, Mayor, City Staff, and City Council. My name is Jack Bernard. I'm 18 years old. I'm an urban advocate and e-biker and resident of Thousand Oaks all my life. I'm commenting on item 9M. So this project is proposed to remove 2 existing crosswalks and replace it with one improved mid-block crossing. I just have some questions for city staff about it and just making sure that we've considered all of our options, because I'm just wondering if it's smart to spend the amount of money that's proposed on the project for a net loss of crosswalks on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. The existing 2 crosswalks are nicely aligned with residential streets, encouraging residents to walk out of their neighborhood and right to businesses along the boulevard. They nicely serve a transit stop right across the street, and the extra steps that removing that one, the existing crosswalks would take could mean missing or making a bus that only comes once an hour. The mid-block crossing is designed with cars and traffic flow in mind, not pedestrians. Now, that being said, I'm all for pedestrian safety. I don't want to see anyone killed on our roadways, period, especially those most vulnerable being cyclists and pedestrians. So I'm here to ask if the city has considered instead spending some of the money on adding improved pedestrian amenities to the existing crosswalks already there. When this came across the Traffic Commission, the curvature of the road was stated as a safety concern. So I'm just wondering, have we considered adding a leading pedestrian signal further down the road? You know, we could easily add RRFBs, all of these things that are going into the new crosswalk. I'm just wondering if it would be smart to, you know, remove, to spend all this money and have a net loss of crosswalks on the boulevard that we want to make, you know, walkable, and the downtown corridor that we want to see in the coming years. So I want to ask, like, would these measures that I've described even be effective in protecting pedestrians? And finally, I know that this project is heavily funded by grant money, so I want to ask, is it even a possibility that, you know, improvements to the existing crosswalks could be funded by grant money, or is it only for new crosswalk construction? So thank you very much.
Thank you. The consent calendar had item M pulled. The motion right now is to move the calendar by Councilmember Adam. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor, just to confirm, that was the balance with the exception of M?
Balance, correct.
Correct.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee.
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Now let's come back to item M, as in Mary. Councilmember Adam?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to pull that to talk a little bit about crosswalks, and to the young man that just spoke, as I understand it, was studied pretty closely, and the 2 crosswalks that are there are redundant to a certain degree, and the one that we'd like to build between them would be state-of-the-art with flashing signals and all the elevated design that some of our others have. If Public Works wants to make a comment about that, that's great. The reason I pulled the item is that everybody wants Thousand Oaks Boulevard to be pedestrian-friendly, but it's a challenge because it's 4 lanes with a median down the middle and parking on either side. It's over 100 feet wide. So these crosswalks are really the only way we can make the boulevard pedestrian-friendly, other than to shrink it down to 2 lanes, which is not going to happen. So crosswalks are very important. I did want to thank the Thousand Oaks Boulevard Association, made up property owners on the boulevard, for contributing $30,000 to get this state-of-the-art crosswalk built. Not only that, but they've contributed over $150,000 to build or update 4 crosswalks on the boulevard. And the most notable one is, and you may know this one, the crosswalk at Tarantula Hill, which is absolutely essential. It's a very popular part of the city, and you got to be able to get across that street safely to get to Tarantula Hill. So thank you to the Boulevard Association for their contributions. And as I said, you know, other than a road diet on the boulevard, which is not going to be feasible, these are the crosswalks that give us the pedestrian friendliness that we're looking for. Thank you.
Any other council comments?
Can we listen to
Did you want to address the
Darius?
young man's
Let's go to questions.
So I was going to offer, Mr. Hitter can offer some general comments, and then he, perhaps, because there's some more detailed stuff there, he can step into the lobby and talk in more
Yeah,
detail
that'd be
about it
great.
as well afterwards. But go ahead.
Nader, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Nader Haydari, city engineer. And while I was making my way to the stage, to the dais here, while hearing Councilmember Al Adam, I recognized that he pretty much covered most of the responses, but certainly there are more details we can go over. But in general, yes, this was studied very closely in detail with third-party independent leading traffic engineering firms, as well as with Caltrans. They wouldn't have given us this grant if it didn't qualify for being a much safer location at this new mid-block location, much more visible, and as Councilmember Adam indicated, a lot better technology and lighting and everything that's going to be incorporated into it. So it's gone into a significant consideration, and the additional crosswalk improvements, as you alluded to as well, we've upgraded several other crosswalks along the boulevard, new ones, as well as upgrading existing ones with more high contrast striping. But I'll be happy to go and speak with the resident for more details.
Council, any other questions, comments? Any motion to
move M?
Move M. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Engler,
Yes.
Councilmember Newman,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam,
Yes.
and Mayor McNamee.
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
We're going to move on to item 10, public hearings. Madam Clerk, would you please open the public hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item number 10A, CDBG Program Year 2022-23, Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. No individuals have submitted a speaker card.
Thank you. We have from the Community Development Analysis, Lynn Nishida. You're on.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the annual review of the city's Community Development Block Grant Program from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The report also includes the Coronavirus CARES Act funding for CDBG CV program. The program year was from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. Staff requests City Council approval to submit the CAPER to HUD. Presentation would discuss the regular annual CDBG first, and then the coronavirus funding. Last year, about $760,000 were available, which included prior year CDBG 2022 grant. The CDBG funds were allocated to 3 areas, including the 2021 and 2022 community projects, public services, and administration. The city expended about $465,000 in CDBG funds with an ending balance of about $300,000. The city's primary CDBG activity last year was housing rehabilitation. The 2 many mansions capital improvement projects had a delayed start due to the weather. Hacienda de la Feliz project was completed in June and benefited 25 low-income units. The Richmond Terrace project began in June and is expected to be complete before December. The mobile home rehabilitation activity with SAFE and Habitat for Humanity rehabbed 13 owner-occupied low-income units and expended about $100,000 in CDBG funds last year. Both agencies completed their programs, and about $10,000 of unspent funds are available for next year's action plan allocation. The program is focused on coaches, or SAFE's program is focused on coaches owned by seniors needing HVAC and window replacements, while the Habitat program involves volunteer labor with painting, grab bar installation, stairs, ramp, and deck repairs. CDBG expended $81,000 to public services. Over 2,000 low-income Thousand Oaks residents were served. Administrative costs of $88,000 included staffing costs, public notices, and the fair housing contract with the County of Ventura. About $22,000 is available for next year's action plan. This table summarizes the city's expenditure for the regular CDBG funds. $500,000 for last year was spent, with an ending balance of about $300,000. Most grantees spent their funds in a timely manner. The remaining balance includes one open activity with Richmond Terrace. This past April, City Council reallocated $93,000. After a needs assessment and public review, City Council will have the opportunity to reallocate $32,000 together with the next CDBG action plan in spring 2024. The presentation will now focus on the CDBG CARES Act funding for the past 3 years. In 2020, HUD provided to the city a $1.1 million CDBG CV grant. HUD requires all grant activities must prevent, prepare, or respond to the coronavirus. Early into the pandemic in 2020, the city offered a COVID-19 small business grant program and supported 150 employees with low to moderate income jobs in Thousand Oaks. In order to accomplish a zero June balance, City Council allowed city manager to approve a minor amendment through Resolution 2020-013 and transfer $12,800 from administration to public services. With the completion of the Economic Development Program in June 2021, the city's primary CDBG CV activities were public services. Harbor House, Lutheran Social Services, and Turning Point Foundation received CDBG CV public service funding to support coronavirus-related activities and served 169 Thousand Oaks residents. The table summary shows the city expended all of its CDBG CV funds in 3 years. The CAPER report reports all of the CDBG CV activities. Staff is recommending that City Council approve the program year 2022-23 CAPER for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and find that City Council action tonight is not a California Environmental Quality Act project. This concludes the side presentation, and staff is available to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ishida. Council, any questions for staff? Madam Clerk, do we have any, no questions from council. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers? As far as I can see, we don't.
We do not, no.
Then we will close the hearing. And council, any discussion? I don't see council with any discussion.
I've got just one comment. I think these funds were given directly to our city by federal government. And I think we've made the best use we can with them, especially given the challenges of the last couple of years with COVID. I'm proud of what we've done here. We had $1 million of COVID money that we managed to distribute to the community through the efforts of our staff.
Any other comments or discussion? Very good. Can I have a motion? Mr. Newman.
Yes, I move we accept this item.
And could we say item 1 and 2?
And find it secret exempt.
Excellent. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Engler,
Yes.
Councilmember Newman,
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam,
Yes.
and Mayor McNamee.
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to say thank you for the city staff for that presentation, and we're going to take a 10-minute recess here, and we'll be back, about 20 after 7. Zilala, how am I pronouncing that? How do you pronounce your last name?
Zelaya Melikar.
Zelaya, okay. You have your Deputy Community Development Director. Please, we look forward to your report. Please begin.
Good evening. Tonight, staff is bringing a report related to mobile home park as requested by City Council after hearing concerns from a number of residents regarding the possible conversion of senior mobile home parks to all-age mobile home parks. As requested, staff evaluated the issues and came up with 3 recommendations that I will be walking through each of the options as well as providing background information. So staff is recommending 3 different options for City Council consideration. Option 1 is adopting urgency ordinance creating a senior mobile home park overlay zone and regulations on the 5 historically senior mobile home parks that include Vallecito, Ventura State, Ventura Park Villa, Ranch, and Thunderbird Oaks. Adoption of an urgency ordinance would require at least a 4/5 affirmative vote from City Council. Also, the option includes initiating a municipal code amendment to establish a senior mobile home park overlay zone and regulations. This process would allow for the ordinance to be modified, refined, and reviewed by the Planning Commission and then be brought back to City Council for adoption. This option will be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Option 2 will include initiating a code amendment to establish a senior mobile home park overlay zone and regulations. This option is not considered to be a project as defined under CEQA. Option 3 will be to receive the report and provide direction to staff as deemed appropriate, and this option is not defined as a project under CEQA. The next few slides will provide some background information. Mobile homes and manufactured homes are the largest sources of unsubsidized housing, meaning below market rate without any governmental subsidies. Residents of mobile home parks are uniquely vulnerable to the hardship of displacement. If owners own their unit, it is not easy for the unit to be moved. The term mobile is misleading since the units are anchored in place. The city's rent stabilization ordinance is applicable to all mobile home parks, and that will remain in place. The city has 8 mobile home parks. 5 have traditionally been seniors, and 3 are all-age families parks, and 1 is currently vacant. The state of California has jurisdiction over mobile home parks that limits city's authority to regulate. Based on the latest data available from the American Community Survey, the senior population is becoming a more substantial segment of the city's population. This trend is reflected in the 2021-2029 housing element. Senior-headed households make up about 31%, Senior mobile homes make up about 31% of the households in the city, and they represent approximately 19% of the city's population. Additionally, the trend indicates that this is a segment of the population that is growing. The housing element also includes some goals and policies related to the protection of housing opportunities for seniors. These include land use element, Goal 3, Action 3.3 calls for promoting diversity of housing types for Thousand Oaks residents through all stages of life and promote the development of housing types that support opportunities to age in place. And housing element Goal 3 calls for maintaining and improving the existing housing stock of the city by reducing housing deterioration through mobile home rehabilitation. This table shows each mobile home park within the city, its type, when it was approved, number of spaces, and available spaces as reported at the end of October of last year. There are a total of 865 spaces within the mobile home park that have been traditionally for seniors, and 143 spaces for all age or families. In total, there are 1,008 spaces. 53 Conejo Living is currently vacant. So the residents of Ranch Mobile Home Park informed the City Council and city staff that the owner intends to convert the park into an all-age park. The owner has filed a notice of intention with HCD to allow spaces to be leased to people of all ages or families. All mobile home parks are subject to the city's rent stabilization ordinance or rent control, and as stated before, that will remain in place regardless of whether it's a senior or an all-age park, and residents cannot be evicted without just cause. The residents would like to continue having the park remain as primarily senior park and have requested that the city adopt a senior mobile home park overlay zone like other jurisdictions have done. As a result, the City Council requested information on mobile home parks, including overlay zoning. Other information requested was related to nonprofit cooperatives and subdivisions. Staff conducted preliminary research on residents forming cooperatives or creating subdivisions. There are many moving pieces to achieve this option because it will require a willing seller, working out financing, the willingness and ability of the residents to be able to purchase the land, and displacement relocation of residents that cannot participate might take place. It also might require qualifying for state funding programs and the first opportunity to negotiate a purchase in good faith. This will be a long-term consideration, which is not part of the options provided tonight, but can be evaluated if the direction is provided to staff. City staff contacted owners of or the representatives of the senior mobile home parks to inform them of residents' concerns about conversion and potential city council action on establishing a senior mobile home park overlay zone. During the outreach, 4 of the 5 owners or representatives indicated that they have no plans to change the park senior-only status. Staff also spoke to the representative of Western Manufacturer Housing Communities Association, representing Ranch Mobile Home Park owner, who stated there were benefits to having units available to all age families, not just seniors. He also stated that he will convey the city's information to the ranch owner, as well as the owners of the historically senior mobile home parks within the city that are represented by the association. In order to adopt an urgency ordinance, the law requires a finding to be made related to the preservation of public peace, health, or safety. The finding is supported by the city's general plan housing element goal to protect mobile home parks as a source of unsubsidized senior housing and increasing senior population. The recent action of intent to convert a mobile home park from senior to all age or families will result in loss of existing unsubsidized senior housing in the city. An ordinance will mitigate the unregulated effects of conversion of senior housing and provide protections for senior housing within the city. The purpose is to prevent the immediate and unregulated conversion of senior mobile home parks to all ages or families, mobile home parks, and is necessary to protect the supply of unsubsidized housing. Okay. The City Council can adopt an urgency ordinance. I'm sorry. The City Council can adopt an urgency ordinance under Government Code Section 3637. The ordinance will affect those mobile home parks. Somehow they're not. What happened here? I'm sorry about that. Some of the slides were not changing, so I apologize. The City Council, the state and the city share jurisdiction over the mobile home parks. The city regulates the land use, meaning where mobile home parks can be located, and the state regulates the standards and residency requirements. Cities are allowed to create senior overlay zones under various laws, including federal and state laws. An urgency ordinance regulations will establish a senior mobile home park overlay zone. Senior mobile home park will mean any mobile home park where at least 80% of the spaces are rented to one resident who's age 55 years or older. The regulations will require occupancy verification and documentation that is available for city staff to inspect. Once every 2 years, the owners, operators of senior mobile home parks must submit documentation, reliable information documentation that at least one person 55 years of age or older occupies the unit. The standard process, the city standard process to amend the zoning code and add a senior mobile home park overlay zone will be the city's will be by City Council initiating the amendment that is reviewed by the Planning Commission. So subsequently, that recommendation is presented to City Council for adoption. So the recommendations include option 1, which is to adopt an urgency ordinance that requires at least a 4/5 affirmative vote to create a senior mobile home park overlay zone and regulations on the 5 historically senior mobile home parks at Vallecito, Ventura State, Ventura Park Villa, Ranch, and Thunderbird Oaks, and amending the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code. The ordinance, the urgency ordinance, if adopted, will become effective immediately. City practice has been to follow up with an urgency ordinance with initiation of a municipal code amendment that is processed, and at the same time through our standard planning procedures, including a notice of public hearing before both Planning Commission and City Council. A secondary process municipal code amendment allows additional public input from interested parties as the hearings progress. Therefore, in addition to adopting an urgency ordinance, the initiation of a municipal code amendment is also included in this option. This option is exempt from CEQA. Option 2 will be to adopt a resolution initiating municipal code amendment to establish senior mobile home park overlay zone and regulations. This action is not considered to be a project under CEQA. Option 3 will be to receive report and provide direction to staff as deemed appropriate. This action is also not considered a project under CEQA. This concludes staff report, and public comments were received in support and opposition of creating a senior mobile home park overlay zone. The supplemental packets have been distributed to City Council and posted on the city's website. This concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions you have for staff? Mr. Newman, and we'll go to Mr. Engler.
Thank you very much for your excellent report, and I encourage everyone who wants to learn more about this to read the staff report. I just have one question on option 1. Do I understand correctly that it would apply to and only to the 5 mobile home parks that are currently designated for senior residency?
That is correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions, if I may. The staff report mentions, and we're aware that the owners at Ranch Mobile Home Park have applied to HCD for a conversion to a family. What is the relationship between what we do tonight and what HCD may or may not determine?
I'll take that question. So, as the staff report noted, both the state and the city have different regulations, and we have our land use regulation. And so we are using our police power and our land use authority to create an overlay zone. An overlay zone is not uncommon. In fact, our code actually has a number of overlay zones. You might remember the one that we have for height, for example, is probably the most frequently one used, or the one that we see for some of the projects that we have. So we're going to go through, the option 1 is to do the urgency ordinance, which in a sense is dealing with the emergency that we have, that we're facing. And the code, the state code, of course, also allows us to do that type of action. That's why we're making sure we have the findings and we're showing that we need a 4/5 vote. But it is something that comes in as immediately. Our policy also is to follow that up with a standard process of doing a municipal code amendment as well. And so that's why the option has, number 2 of the option 1 is to initiate a municipal code amendment through that regular process.
Obviously, the reason for my question is if HCD is simply going to preempt us, how do we navigate that?
I'd have to actually see if they would actually trump us by our own land use authority. We are allowed to do an overlay zone, and I certainly think that we have the authority to do that. I couldn't tell you right now whether or not we would have that kind of challenge, but certainly we're only giving you the recommendations that are the city's authority to do, the city council's authority to do.
Well, I would hope that we would have our authority as opposed to being preempted, but I just asked that question because that's a question out there.
Sure.
In terms of, because really we're talking about apparently 4 of our senior mobile home parks are going to remain as senior mobile home parks. Ranch is the one that is sort of the difference here. So in terms of Ranch, is there any, have we been to determine, is there any documentation that this was officially a mobile home park that's intended for seniors? Was there any written documentation, or has it been the tradition for the last 50 years or so?
So that's a great question, because it does go to some of the preemptions, or the exemptions, I should say, to some of the challenges you might have for a senior park. But from the information that we have received, and we received this late summer, there were some contracts that were definitely noting that this park was a senior park. And also you look at the history. And so sometimes you might not have an agreement. Some of the cases that we have seen, you don't have an agreement of, oh, this is a senior park. But once they have that policy and someone wants to challenge that, they actually establish that everybody for a period of time has been a senior who at least has occupied, at least one of them has been occupying a trailer or a coach. In this case, I think it's much clearer that it's been a senior park for a number of years, since I think its inception. So we don't have any, I guess the best way to say is we don't have any evidence that it's the opposite. We have a lot of evidence from the history and from hearing from all the residents that it's been a senior park for a very long time. And that's probably the key aspect of it.
And to follow up, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the corollary of that is similar to, I guess, if you have a piece of property that you allow people to walk across, sooner or later the public then has the right of passage across your property. Is that a similar approach that we would take here, that it's been, for the last 50 years or so, it's been a senior park?
I would say I don't think that's similar. That's kind of a prescriptive easement that you obtain over a period of time through a use that's opposed to the ownership, the actual underlying ownership. This is more of you have a policy, and I think we have the history for Ranch for all of these parks specifically. We have a history of them being senior parks. What you would have to do if you get challenged is that you establish that everybody for a period of time has been a senior, or at least one person has occupied it. And so you do it through the evidence. In fact, the cases, what would happen is the cases would pull up all the discovery, and the discovery would then establish that this park does have a history of seniors only for a period of time. And then the court would say, is that period of time sufficient or not? We certainly believe that we can have the evidence for all these 5 parks that we can meet that definition of senior park. But I will also give one more point, and it's in the ordinance because it is important, is you will note that the ordinance requires that every 2 years, the owner has to verify the ages for all these individual coaches, that at least one person is 55 or over. And that's done to ensure that we are we're establishing now for this overlay ordinance that they have the authority, that they are certifying that we are still meeting that requirement of 80% to 20%.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one more question, but let's let some other people speak.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And then we'll go Mr. Taylor, and then we'll come up Mr. Adam.
All right, very good.
You're on a roll. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Ringler.
Thank you. Thank you. We have our 3-question rule that we try to stick with.
And I broke that rule, and it's my fault. Go ahead.
But can you go a little more in depth with the 80-20 ratio that we're talking about here? Even if Ranch or any of the senior mobile home parks were designated as senior mobile home parks, federal law preempts us somewhat in that it has to be no more than 80%, or
Sure. Sure. Let me just, I hope I don't bore you with this, but it is something that is important. That's why it is something that we've laid out as a foundation in our ordinance. And that is when you look at the cases and you look at age, I'll give you just a hypothetical that came out of a case. And that was that you had a park that was a senior park based on history, and someone challenged the ability to not be in that park or be denied to be in that park because they were not 55 or over. And so what they claimed was that it was age discrimination. And as you know, there's all numbers of discrimination under federal and state law, including age, race, sexual preferences, all those kind of things. So age was one of them. However, under federal law, there's also an exemption, and that exemption is for senior housing. And so a mobile home park will be established as senior housing, and therefore, as long as you're meeting at least 80%, but allowing at least 20% or 20% of the park to be, for opportunity at least, to be under 55, you are meeting that requirement, and thus you earn the exemption to the general rule of a age discrimination claim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Mr. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if this is the right question, so I'm just going to throw it out there. You tell me if it's not, it's not. The boomer generation is, I think my generation just took them as the largest generation 2 years ago. So we have a very large group of people that will be moving into the need of housing for seniors. So in my opinion, that demand is only going to increase. If we are having one of our 5 that are designated towards this basically go away, do we have a plan for the increased demand on that side? And is that question even relevant for this, or is this more just kind of the legal structure of the overlay?
I'm not sure it's a legal question. I'll have other team members answer as well, but just for my take, I do think it's important to note that this is one tool that we would have, right? So when we look at housing and the needs for housing, we have various tools. We have the density bonus, for example. We have just creating opportunities for single-family housing and multi-family housing. We have the SB 20, for example, as a way to create mixed use in the boulevard. All those are tools to create housing. We also have some, and I think we have one in our city, which is just a senior-only property, and it's managed for that, and they get certain concessions for that. It's not the same as density bonus, but it's very similar to that process. So there are different types of tools to address different types of housing. As we noted in the staff report, with our housing element, our general plan, you hit the nail right on the head. It's that there is a need for seniors, for senior housing, and in the last cycle, you have shown at least a 4% increase in the amount of seniors who are living in our city. So again, it's one tool. There are many tools, but this is just one of those ways.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. So of the 5 senior-only mobile home parks, 4 have said that they have no intention of changing the status from senior-only. So we're really just talking about ranch here tonight, correct? So far, anyway.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, Patrick, I just want to be clear and get this clear. So the way I read the federal law, that these senior parks have to be at least 80% senior, ranches, I think 100, if I'm not mistaken. However, 20% could be leased or rented to somebody under 55. So does that mean even if this urgency ordinance is adopted tonight, that theoretically the owner could take 20%, which would be about 15 units, and rent it to under 55s?
This ordinance would comply with all federal laws, and that would be the 80-20% split would be for all 5. It's important to note it's for all 5. And also, just to be clear for the record, the owners or the managers for the other 4 just said that at this time they didn't have any indication that they were happy to be senior parks. They had no intention at this time to change.
Oh, that's interesting. So even though 4 have said we have no desire to convert, if the urgency ordinance was adopted, those 4 could also, the owners could rent to 20% of the park under 55.
Again, right, under the senior overlay zone, that would be correct.
Okay, all right, well, that's interesting. The only thing I would say about that is our rent stabilization ordinance states very clearly that no one can be evicted or removed because of a conversion, correct, Patrick?
That is correct.
Okay. Just needed some clarity on that. Thank you.
Any other questions from staff? Mr. Newman?
Thank you, Mayor. I did think of one more thing. Under the current system, as Mr. Heer testified, do I understand correctly that by tradition, there are these senior or family designations, but not by law? Is that correct? That there's nothing currently, there is a rent control law, the RSO, that protects rent caps, but there is nothing like zoning or any other part of our law that says by law that some percentage of residents must be seniors currently. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the senior mobile overlay zone will actually provide that protection.
So the change we're contemplating tonight in options 1 and 2 would codify formally saying, yes, not only by tradition, but also by law,
Yeah.
these are senior facilities.
Option 1 will do that, yes.
Very good.
And Councilmember Nguyen, just to clarify, to be very clear for the record, these facilities or these mobile home parks may have contracts, so there might be their own private contracts, a personal contract that we're not aware of that has that kind of plan that it's in it, or it might be a regulation or a rule that they've established for those parks. But again, those rules can be changed at any time.
Yes, I apologize. You did mention contracts before, but to be clear, those are contracts between private parties, correct? They're not a matter of city law.
That is correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Engler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Another question came to mind. We're talking about creating this ordinance to make a senior mobile home park overlay. In terms of, down the line, situations may change. What would be the mechanism for a park to remove itself from that overlay? Would that be now a general plan amendment type thing, or how would they go about doing that?
Yeah, it will require a zone amendment. So it will have to be initiated, requested by the applicant, and we will process just like any other zoning code amendment.
So as situations change, there would be a remediation that they could apply for?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor? That was a question? Very good. Madam Clerk, according to my records, we've got 6 public comment speakers. Is that correct? Excellent. First one up, we have Piper Jackson. Jackson Piper. Jackson, you have 3 minutes, and again, I'll let you know when 15 seconds is left. Mr. Jackson Piper, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Just checking, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. So my name is Jackson Piper. I live in unincorporated Newbury Park. I'm a housing activist with Ventura County YIMBY. I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight, but I think my colleagues will agree with what I'm trying to say. The city of Thousand Oaks is, I think, still the most rapidly aging within Ventura County. If the trends that are highlighted within the draft housing element for 2021 through 2029 hold, then what we'll see in 2028 will be about 19,000 households within the city, or 41.1%, with 1 or more residents age 65 or over, including 5,400 households, or 11.7%, with people age 65 plus living alone. This is a part of the greater housing crisis, but it is an especially acute part of it because not only because the city is aging rapidly, but because seniors age 65 plus tend to be living on fixed incomes that mean that they cannot absorb changes in the cost of living very well, and that will either force them out of their current living situation or will cause them to lose the financial ability to absorb, say, medical bills or other unexpected expenses. So what I'm asking the council to do is to look at going with option 1, going with the urgency ordinance and the senior mobile home park overlay zone. And then also keeping in mind that what happens outside of the mobile home parks will be as important. The city needs to create the capacity for everyone who is living on limited incomes, fixed and otherwise, within the city, so there isn't an overwhelming amount of competition that will make housing scarce throughout the city. It already has for many years. Please protect these seniors. You'll still get 800 out of 1,000 with the 80-20 rule. And look for ways to make affordable housing abundant throughout the city of Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jared Gonzalez. Jared, you're on Zoom. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Jared Gonzalez. I represent the Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, WMA, which is a nonprofit trade association that represents mobile home park owners and operators in California. WMA and its Thousand Oaks members oppose creating a senior mobile home park overlay and offer the following 5 reasons for your consideration. First, a senior overlay zone will not solve or help the affordable housing shortage in Thousand Oaks. And in fact, it discriminates against non-seniors who live or wish to live in mobile home parks. 2, if a senior resident sells his or her home, this type of ordinance will limit those who could purchase the property, as non-senior families are disqualified from buying the home, thus making it more difficult for the seller to find a buyer. This also serves as a barrier to low-income city residents seeking affordable housing. For example, single mom with children who would otherwise purchase or occupy an affordable mobile home would not be eligible, further exacerbating the affordable housing shortage in Thousand Oaks. And on principle alone, this is an attack on private property rights. It's far-reaching attempt to essentially tell park owners who their customers must be. It seems a bit short-sighted, the approach that creates unintended consequences. It would undoubtedly have an impact on the budget for administration, when right now none of the current senior mobile home park owners have any desire to change to an all-age park. The one ranch that's already doing it, the application is in. This ordinance would not have an impact on them already. Further, there's the notion that seniors would be displaced as a result of this, as a result of going from a senior park to an all-age park. We have just cause evictions. That is patently false. There is not an urgent ordinance needed for this, and a senior overlay zone is simply unnecessary. We respectfully request the City Council take no action toward establishing a mobile home senior overlay zone. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have George Senko, and after George, Don Weiss. George, come on up, and Don, if you'd have a seat behind, we will call you up shortly. Feel free to begin when you're ready, Mr. Senko.
Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and fellow senior mobile home owners. My name is George Senko, and I live in the Thunderbird Oaks Mobile Home Park, one of the senior parks here in Thousand Oaks. Today, the city staff has delivered the report on the options available on moving ahead with the senior overlay ordinance as a whole. I would like to commend the staff on doing an outstanding and thorough job while we were all out on vacation. Thanks go especially to City Attorney Tracy Noonan for marshaling this through. It goes without saying, but I'll say it anyhow. This ordinance will allow you to reaffirm your authority over the regulation of the senior mobile home parks in our community. The potential erosion of your authority has been triggered by the action of the ownership of the Ranch Senior Park to reclassify that park inappropriately as a family park. The effect of this would be to eliminate 74 homes from senior designation. You just spent $20 million to create 71 spaces, I think, to deal with the homelessness. I have one chart that shows the ridiculousness of changing the ranch into a family park. By the average square feet per pad, including the common areas, the ranch is the least appropriate park to be designated to become a family park. Okay? Their park is the lowest square footage per pad in all of the parks. You alone have the authority, duty, and responsibility to manage Thousand Oaks housing element. We urgently request that you vote for option 1, which in addition to moving ahead with the SOO, provides an urgency ordinance that will protect the ranch's status as a senior park while the rezoning process is being conducted. Remember, option 1 takes 4 of the 5 council votes. We hope to have unanimous council votes because seniors are in all of your districts. We are counting on you.
15 seconds. Next up, we have Don Weiss, and after Don, we have Todd Overholzer. Don, come on up to the podium. You have 3 minutes when you begin. Then after that, Todd Overholzer.
Members of the City Council, my name is Don Weiss. I am a licensed real estate broker. I operate independently and I specialize in the sale of mobile homes. I've sold a number of homes over in the ranch. I think it would be a travesty to have these senior citizens, and particularly in the ranch because most are of low income. They can't afford to fight a legal battle against the home association or the people involved in this. I do not believe that people should be forced to live in circumstances that are not to their liking. When I sold these homes over there or listed them, everybody was aware that it was a senior park. They had to qualify to move into that park. Now, all of a sudden, things are going to be changed. That park is least likely to be used as a family park. If you go over there, there is no room between houses over there. The streets are very, very narrow. And the management have since put in larger homes, which even further block the view of anyone coming down with a vehicle. If you put children into that park, you're looking for a terrible situation. One of my hats that I wore before becoming a realtor was as a Los Angeles Police Department. I worked accident investigation, and that park, if you bring children into that park, it's looking for a tragedy. I also have a response to an email that I received from the management company. I'm not going to mention the name of the council member because I don't think that would be fair. But they indicated that one of the council members was carrying water for them. If I came before the council, they were going to have this individual handle this. I have this. I'm making it available to the council. Should I approach and give it to you?
Give it to the city clerk, and she will have it passed around. You've got 30 seconds left.
I don't necessarily think that this is a true statement in this here thing, but I do believe that it would give you an opportunity to know the type of people that you're dealing with. I think, in all honesty,
15 seconds.
You should not make this a family park. Thank you.
Next up, we have Todd Overholser, and after Todd, we have John Friedman. John, come on down and have a seat behind. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Todd Overholzer. Thank you for your time. I'm one of the residents of the mobile home park, and I just moved there a few months ago. I bought my house from him, and I had to go through all this stuff to be 55 to move here. I've always wanted to live in Thousand Oaks. Now I finally do. I have PTSD, I'm a heart attack survivor, and I have misophonia. Misophonia is something to do with sound. If it becomes a senior park, I'm going to actually have to sell and move because I can't be around screaming children. It's just something that happened to me. If you look up misophonia, it's something you never want to have. And I don't want to live with it, but it's something that I have. So for me, it's going to be a detrimental process if they change this to a mobile home park for families. And it's so small already. Like if you go there and look, there's really no, to me, it makes no sense there's no room for families there. I mean, that's why I put my money in to buy here so it would be a 55 mobile home park and I could retire. And I have to have like 5 surgeries coming up. So for me, if I have to move again, it's going to be a detriment on me. So it's up to you guys to make a difference. I've been a Boy Scout, been a community server my whole life, and I think you guys should do a good job and do the right decision.
Next up, we have John Friedman as our last speaker. John, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is John Friedman. I live here in Thousand Oaks at Lone Oak Drive. And I, along with California Commercial Investments, we bought the park at 53 Conejo School Road. And I just wanted to clarify, I had sent in an email on Friday afternoon. I was a little confused by the staff report, but planning and city attorney's office did a really good job of clarifying. I was just misreading the 2 ordinances that I guess are in front of you if you choose to go with option 1. And I didn't think it was terribly clear about which 5 parks in the second ordinance we were discussing. And I wanted to keep that clear in the record. But after talking with Patrick and rereading everything, I guess I'll say I effectively withdraw my question. It's very clear to me that both ordinances, if you choose to follow them as recommended, will be effective immediately, which clarifies my position. So anyway, thank you for your time, and thank you to the staff for working with me.
Next, we have staff responses. I believe that's the last for public speakers. Staff responses, any response to the public comments?
So I'll take one of them, and that has to do with one of the comments we received. A couple of points. If you look at the staff report and the testimony that we have received, the evidence laid out, and the urgent nature of the possibility of Ranch moving from a senior park to an all-family park, we believe we have established the urgency need that's required under the Government Code Sections 36934 and 36937. Again, to his other points, we are trying to use different tools, planning tools, to balance various needs that we see in the city. This action, if you were to do option 1, is consistent with the housing element, consistent with the general plan as noted in the staff report. And so we certainly think that we are, again, providing options for you. And one of those options is certainly to take option 1, and that would be consistent with our general plan and housing element.
Thank you. Any other? Mr. Taylor.
The only question I have, somebody who was speaking mentioned that, I think they were on the Zoom, if we pass this overlay now, it won't go in effect on this property because they've already applied for it to be a multifamily. Is that correct or incorrect?
So I don't know the status of that application. I don't know how far along it's gone. We are aware that they applied for it. So that would be something that would be investigated, and we would have to reevaluate that situation and respond based upon the status of that.
Right. Do you have any understanding on what the law states, and depending on where that application is, the progress of it?
I'm not familiar with any case that's specifically on that kind of point. I would say that, again, we are using our land use authority to support our positions.
All right, thank you.
Any other council questions? Very good. All right, we have before us then, actually, before we do that, yes, we have to go for now to talk about how council we want to proceed. We have discussed this. Staff has made presentation. We have three options before us. And again, one is the adopt urgency ordinance, 4/5 vote required. Second is municipal code amendment, zone overlay. And third is direction from council as to how we want to move forward with it, which could be no action to whatever we all come up with. Mr. Adam, any suggestions, any ideas?
Well, I thought I'd just start out with a comment and let you all know how I'm leaning. See if we have a consensus. I do want to say from the outset, I want to commend our city attorney, Tracy Noonan, and her staff for coming up with what I think to be a workable, viable solution to this problem. And this has been a difficult situation, and Ms. Noonan's staff and herself have come under fire along the way here, unjustifiably so, I believe, but she has come up with a solution that I think is fair and favorable to our seniors in the mobile home park, particularly Ranch. So I'm in favor of the overlay ordinance, or the overlay zone, I should say, for a number of reasons. You know, I really believe in this concept of aging in place. I think it's the best way to spend your senior years. Not everybody wants to go to a board and care. Not everybody wants to go to assisted living. Not everybody can afford that. But here's a way that you can be independent and be in your own detached unit at the same time. I think that's optimum for seniors.
Mr. Here, question. Does this require, Mr. Adam, if I get this wrong, that would be option 2, municipal code amendment zone overlay. Would that require a 4/5 vote, or is that majority vote?
For option 2 would be just a typical municipal code amendment. So
3 out of 5.
Right. Urgency ordinance requires a 4/5. Option number 1 requires a 4/5 vote.
Okay, very good. Now, Mr. Adam, are you putting that forth as a motion or just as a discussion?
Well, I was just going to flesh it out a little.
Okay.
If
Any
I
others?
may.
Mr. Newman?
Yeah, as it's been.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
As
Yes,
it's
go ahead.
been pointed out here, Thousand Oaks is an aging community. I often tell people back in 1970, the median age in this community was 20. I know, unbelievable, isn't it? And now it's 44 and climbing. So we have a senior population that we have to acknowledge and take care of. And you know what? The mobile home parks are one of the truly affordable options for seniors. One of the truly affordable options that left in the city. And I want to see that preserved. So we'll have to see how this overlay goes. I mean, there could be some pushback, but I would be in favor of it. I would be in favor of option 1, and then it eventually, we'll work it towards a municipal code amendment. But for now, the urgency overlay can give us a little breathing room and ultimately work to that MCA.
I need to clarify, because option 1 is the adopt the urgency ordinance,
Yes.
which is 4/5, whereas option 2 is the municipal code amendment zone overlay. Which one are you?
Option 1, adopt the urgency ordinance with the eye towards working it towards a municipal code amendment as we go down the road. I got that right, didn't I?
If I can clarify, options 1 and options 2 both result in the creation of an overlay zone. Option 1 does it immediately. Option 2 goes through the normal planning process.
Oh, no.
That's the only difference.
Option
But
1
both
is
options 1 and options 2 result in the creation of an overlay zone.
I'm moving option 1.
And option 1 effectively puts the pause button.
Right,
on
that's what I'm
current
saying. Get a
circumstances.
little
So
breathing
just
room
make
here.
sure everybody's clear.
Yes, so for those Well, there's a lot of reasons, but those are my primary ones.
Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to endorse all the comments that Mayor Pro Tem Adam made, and add a few of my own, but I agree completely with my colleague on this. We've done some work on homelessness. It is a very hard problem, and one of the lessons we've learned is that the best way to address homelessness is not to let it happen in the first place. And this is an opportunity we have before us tonight to prevent some of the, I don't want to say neediest, but people who don't have other options necessarily, as Councilmember Adam has pointed out. And they've got a chance to stay where they are, in their home that they've lived there. It's another longstanding principle that you don't get to complain about noise if you move in next to an airport, but that's not the situation we have here. This is the opposite, where people bought mobile homes and have taken leases with the understanding that this was a senior facility and have done so for a very long time, since 1974. So 49 years, almost 50 years, there's been this understanding here and at 4 other parks that these are senior housing. So this isn't law, this is only custom, but tonight we have an opportunity to put that into law. It's one thing I like. A second point out of 3 I'll make is that we have some trouble with Sacramento here from time to time when it comes to housing, and many of us rail against Sacramento is making us do this and making us do that. And this overlay zone concept is that rare opportunity where there is a state mechanism that gives us local control. And that's something we can take advantage of tonight. And the final thing I'll say, and don't take this the wrong way, please. If you like living in your mobile home and you want to stay there, I want to help you in that. And I think, I'm hoping my colleagues will as well. I take the point that resident Jackson Piper made earlier this evening, that we do need to look beyond mobile homes. We have a significantly larger senior population in Thousand Oaks, and we are going to need to address housing for that population. I favor affordable housing for that group. We can't put everyone, there's a numbers problem in putting everyone in mobile home parks. It may not be a feasible option. We do need to look at that. But one of the features of mobile home parks, and it's a reason that I am going to join Mayor Pro Tem Adam in supporting option 1, is that this is de minimis, minimal action from the city. There's no subsidies needed here. We're not spending more of the public's money, and we certainly would be spending more. All of us, I think, would be being asked to do more if the senior population became homeless. So for all those reasons, I join my colleague in supporting option 1. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Taylor.
I have one question, actually, just for clarification from Tracy. On option 1 verse 2, same outcome. If we chose option 2, and let's just say a hypothetical, the park hits 30% with Gen Z, and then the overlay puts in place, does it then have to go back to the 80-20 rule, or whatever percentage that landed at all ages stay in effect?
So the way that the ordinance is drafted is based on the historical use of the property. At the time, if there's a potential that if at the time the ordinance becomes effective, that the non-senior spaces are above 20%, there's an argument that could be made, whether it's successful or not, I don't know, but an argument could be made that it's no longer a senior park and would be exempt from the overlay zone. It's an argument that could be made, but it's not tested in court that I'm aware of.
Okay, so to keep it simple, really, it's option 1 or option 3. Option 2 just potentially gives more risk to this challenge
Yeah.
other than option one?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know, how, you have existing residents in the park, so I have no idea how many vacancies there are, how long it would take to re-rent it. There's just a lot of unknowns out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And was your name Todd who spoke? Todd? Yes, sir. First off, I just want to say thank you for your service. Two, and not to make light over a struggle, but as you were saying, kids crying, the first thing I thought is don't go anywhere near my house. I have 4 kids. One just turned 1. It is loud always, fun but loud. It's interesting because I think where we can all agree is putting the focus on the next generation and really trying to create something special for them to then take and do on is how we create a great society. But oftentimes we kind of forget about those who paved the way before us. And what I'm concerned with, I'm in the real estate industry. What I'm concerned with is it's not just you, it's where the trend is heading. And housing is already an issue, but we have a very large generation that I don't think we're prepared for as they move into, what the life cycle that you all are currently going through now. I don't think it's just a city thing. I actually think the nation isn't necessarily prepared for it either. So I don't personally like the idea of losing what we already have available, as we know that this challenge is just going to be exacerbated, is that the right word? It's just going to become larger. So that's, I think, one. Two, the challenge of living off a fixed income with what we've gone through over the last 3 years. I know what a lot of the media is telling us is that inflation is going down, which is true, but that doesn't mean that what we've been feeling year over year goes away. This inflation is now baked into the cake, and I still think we're going to deal with this inflation issue for a while. That's a challenge that I think the majority of Americans are feeling, which doesn't help this challenge as well. So I think for me, I don't want to see less housing, knowing that this challenge is only going to increase.
Mr. Ringler? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to everybody for testifying today. Nice presentation by our staff on this item. I just want to reflect that some of these ideas were brought by the public to us, and I appreciate the effort put in to bring those to us. This is a collaborative bunch of people up here, and we're happy to listen to folks. And thank you for the testimony tonight. It was very elucidating and helped me with decision-making on my part. The owner's representative, Jared, I didn't catch his last name, he had 4 or 5 things that he mentioned, and I actually agree with a couple of them. There'll be no immediate displacement, right? You can't force somebody out who's in their home unless there's some other issue. He also said that it's not a solution for affordability. And yeah, that's true. The solution for affordability is something we've been doing in this council for the last few years. We've approved 1,500 housing units across the board with a lot of affordability built into those units. So we are working on that side of things as well. He also said that it would limit the buyer's pool. We had testimony tonight, though, that that's not necessarily true, that there are people who look for this location and have bought in that location, which contradicts a little bit of what he was saying. Families can't take advantage of it if it's a senior park. That is true. That's why we're doing the other part of what we've been working on in affordability with those 1,500 units that are approved now, with more coming. We just had a discussion at our planning meeting last night on an inclusionary housing ordinance that will ensure that there's affordability built into every project that comes before us. So we are addressing some of the issues he brought up, and I appreciate his objection, but I don't necessarily agree with it, because the underlying issue we're facing with here is something that my colleagues have also mentioned, is that if we were to have ranch go to a families park, and all those units would then become family units, not senior units, that's an 8.5% decrease in the number of senior units that we have available. That's a pretty good hit. That's a pretty good hit, and I don't think, as my colleague said, that's moving in the wrong direction, especially given the statistics that were presented to us by our staff and that we know through our general plan, that our percentage of older people in our town is steadily increasing, and that people who are older need more services. I did a little bit of research on my own, spoke with some of our homeless advocates, and they said that homelessness is a growing problem with our senior populations. Another group I spoke with said that their food is being given more and more and more to older people. So there's a problem with affordability, of course, but to reduce the number of housing units available to seniors at an affordable rate, to me, is the wrong direction. And I would find that it's a pressing community benefit to have our numbers stay at the current level, if not increased. So I would, again, agree with my colleagues that this is the proper course of action for us tonight.
With that, no other council question or discussion. Anyone want to entertain a motion here? You made the motion. Please repeat the motion, sir.
I move option 1, which would be the urgency overlay ordinance. Wait, yeah, did I get that?
Yes, sir.
Urgency overlay ordinance with an eye towards moving toward municipal code amendment in the longer term.
So there's three parts of option one. One is adoption of an urgency ordinance, which effective immediately imposes an overlay zone. So the zone becomes effective if it's approved.
That's
It
the
also
one.
initiates,
Effective immediately.
yes, it also initiates a municipal code amendment and zone change to go through normal process in case we need to make some
Right.
minor
To-
adjustments and to hear more from the public and
To the planning
stakeholders,
commission and to us.
and to find the project is exempt. from
Yes.
CEQA.
Those 2 parts.
3 parts.
Three
Three
parts.
parts.
Very good, sir. Madam Clerk, hold on just a moment. Mr.
Yeah, I just want to take a minute because I know we're going to vote here and then there'll be a lot of folks trailing out. I just wanted to take a minute we reference the great work by our city attorney's office, but I'd be remiss if I didn't call out Fabiola, Tabitha, and their team in community development. They did a huge lift to get this thing done during the break, so I just wanted to share that.
Again, thank you, city staff. For those of you who don't know, as the other council members here go out and meet other council members from other cities with the various conferences we attend to find out what's going on there and bring the good things back to our city staff is superb. We are very blessed to have terrifically talented people work for us. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0. And I do have an ordinance title to read. An urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Thousand Oaks, amending sections 9-4.202, 9-4.309, and 9-4.2003, as well as adding sections 9-4.2005, 9-4.2006, and 9-4.2007 and 9-4.2008 of the Municipal Code of the City of Thousand Oaks regarding the establishment of a senior mobile home park overlay zone and related regulations.
Thank you, city staff, for your good work on this. Next up, we have item 12, water and wastewater financial plans and proposed rate adjustments. With that, we have Tara Tasato, Revenue Operations Manager, who will give a presentation here. Let's give a few moments for Ms. Tasato to get settled in. Feel free to celebrate, but please do it out in the reception area. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Go ahead, you're on.
We appreciate your hard work. Sandy Gill, nice to meet you. I'm in space 35.
Go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor McNamee and City Council members. My name is Tara Tasato, and I'm the Revenue Operations Manager. This discussion is for our biennial water and wastewater rate study. Joining me tonight is Kevin Kostick from Raftelis Financial Consultants, who assisted city staff by preparing tonight's financial plans like they have done for many years prior. So tonight for your consideration and approval are water and wastewater financial plans, a request to set a public hearing in November, and 2 years of proposed rate adjustments, which would go into effect for water in January 2024 and January 2025, and for wastewater in July of 2024 and July of 2025. Financial plans are updated every 2 years, and cost of service studies every 6 years.
One moment. Deputy, would you do me a favor? Thank you. I enjoy the celebration, but not when we're doing a meeting. Go ahead, proceed.
Thank you. Financial plans are updated every 2 years, and cost of service studies every 6 years, alternating between water and wastewater. There were no cost of service studies this year, as the water was last completed in 2021 and wastewater in 2019. The financial plan update serves as the foundation for the proposed utility rates you will hear about tonight for the years 2024 and 2025. For the Water Enterprise Fund, the financial plan update helps to determine our overall water utility revenue needs and reviews the true cost of providing a sustainable water utility for ongoing services. Due in large part to sound financial decision-making, measured rate adjustments, and appropriate maintenance of infrastructure, overall, the city's water fund is in strong financial position. Key recommendations of the water financial plan update are: first, adjust the overall water rate revenue by 3% per year to ensure cost recovery and sufficient funding is available for unforeseen events and emergencies. And second, recommend to pass through the cost increase of our imported water by approximately 3.6% for 2024 and 5% for 2025. The financial plan considered a variety of factors which affects utility rates. One of those factors is the city's water reserve policy, which consists of target levels for the water enterprise. This policy ensures that there is an adequate cash flow to meet operation and maintenance needs, emergency use, and funding for future capital improvement projects. The total reserve is approximately $34.5 million. Another factor considered in the utility rate setting process is the Water Capital Improvement Plan, which was approved by Council this past June. The Water CIP has an average expenditure of $10.7 million per year for the next 5 years. There are substantial amounts of projects planned for 2024. Some of those projects include the rehabilitation of pump stations and reservoirs and upgrades to other major components in the city's water system. CIP is assumed to be primarily funded by rates and reserves. The city is exploring other funding opportunities for some of the CIP projects included in this financial plan. These may include potential grant funding for battery energy storage projects in 24-25 and alternative funding solutions for the groundwater utilization project in fiscal year 26-27 and 27-28. The chart you see here shows the recommended rates for fixed meter base rates. For example, most residential customers have a 5/8 inch or 3/4 inch meter. These customers would experience an 81 cent per month increase in their flat rate meter charge for 2024 and an 83 cent per month increase in 2025. So let's look at the pass-through cost. The city is 100% dependent on imported water. The city's wholesale water supply cost is the most significant cost driver to the city's water rates. City water is delivered by the Cayugas Municipal Water District, and historically, they have raised their rates by approximately 3% per year. But this year is historically high due to inflation and continued drought conditions. The overall proposed city pass-through rate would be applied to all commodity rates and allocated equitably among various customer types. As you see here, the city's actual pass-through rate is less than the Cayugas increase. This is because the cost of our imported water only accounts for a portion of our water budget expenses, therefore it doesn't impact our ratepayers to the full extent. In addition to the meter base rate charge, the residential usage is billed on a 3-tier system. This shows how the city's overall revenue adjustment plus the recommended pass-through adjustment would affect a single-family residential's tiered water rates. For example, those in Tier 1 would see a 39-cent increase per unit in 2024 and a 50-cent increase per unit in 2025. It is important to note how low, moderate, and high usage bills would be impacted. An average residential customer using 15 units per month with a 5/8 or 3/4 inch meter with no pumping lift would be an increased cost of approximately $6.72 per month. In addition to the tiered rates, the city's water service area is divided into 5 zones. Depending on whether the water needs to be lifted to higher elevations, then a pumping lift charge is assessed. Currently, our pumping lift charge is 41 cents per unit of water. Due to the increases in energy costs and pumping infrastructure maintenance, the proposed rate adjustment for pumping lift charges is an increase of 2 cents per unit per lift in 2024 and 2 cents per unit in 2025. The proposed overall adjustment to the water service rates will ensure that the water funding ending balances will remain in good standing. Looking back, when we evaluate the water rate adjustment history, we see variations in adjustment percentages each year. This is primarily due to the ever-increasing costs of our imported water. The Water Financial Plan recommends an overall 3% rate adjustment to fixed and commodity rates plus the pass-through adjustment, resulting in the overall proposed 7% and 8% adjustments you see here. To put this into perspective, the city's average residential water customer compares favorably amongst other local water providers. The proposed rate adjustment would place the city in the approximate same standing as previous years. It is important to note that the other water purveyors in Ventura County with lower rates have lower costs due to local, less expensive water sources, such as groundwater and/or reclaimed water. Additionally, the city performs ongoing and timely maintenance on its infrastructure. Other purveyors may not keep their infrastructure maintained to the same standards nor on the same maintenance schedule. Like the water enterprise, the wastewater financial plan update helps to determine the overall wastewater utility revenue needs. Here you see the wastewater reserve fund. The total of the recommended wastewater reserve fund is approximately $31.6 million. In fiscal year 2023, the wastewater revenue bonds with the State Water Resources Control Board were paid off. Due to strategic financial management, our wastewater fund is now debt-free. The wastewater CIP, also approved in June, has an average expenditure of $11.3 million per year for the next 5 years. The wastewater financial plan recommends an overall 11% revenue adjustment. This adjustment would enable the city to more effectively build reserves and to incur no debt as a result of these improvement expenditures. Our busiest year in 2024 includes numerous upgrades to our essential wastewater infrastructure that are underway, such as the fire alarm system upgrade, wastewater pipe and maintenance hole lining, bioreactor electrical upgrades, and other electrical, mechanical, and structural upgrades. Under the proposed financial plan, wastewater fund balances are projected to decrease from fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2027, 2027 before recovering in fiscal year 2028. An increase of 11% for each of these years would have a nominal impact on our residential customers. This increase translates to an average monthly increase of $3.50 for our residential customers per month in 2024 and $3.89 in 2025. Overall, the city has an extremely efficient and high-performing wastewater operation. A brief snapshot of our wastewater rate adjustment history shows only marginal increases to the fund in recent years. Over the last 20 years, the city has raised wastewater rates a compounded 21.8%, while inflation has increased approximately 65% during that time frame. The orange line illustrates the overall trend in rates from 2004 through 2025, which includes 0% increases for the 10 years between 2004 to 2013. To fund these necessary capital improvement projects, maintain sufficient reserve levels, and adjust for inflationary pressures, the rate study recommends an 11% rate adjustment for July of 2024 and July of 2025. The chart you see here shows how the city's current and 2024 proposed monthly wastewater service rates for a single-family residential customer compares to other agencies in our area. Overall, despite our expansive and highly modern and efficient infrastructure, the overall monthly rate for our single-family residential customer is the lowest wastewater rate in the county. The proposed wastewater rate adjustment, as compared to other agencies, has no change on the ranking order as our current rate. In summary, for water, we are proposing a 3% revenue adjustment increase for the next 2 years, plus a 3.6 to 5% pass-through rate for imported water costs. And for wastewater, we are proposing an 11% revenue adjustment for the next 2 fiscal years. Should council accept these financial plans and propose rate adjustments, then a public hearing shall be scheduled for November 7th, 2023. Staff recommends to approve the water and wastewater utility financial plans and set November 7th, 2023 as the public hearing date for rate adoption. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to start off with a few questions, if I may. First is just to clarify that wastewater is handled by the city exclusively for all of Thousand Oaks, Newberry Park, and Westlake. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Looking at those numbers, I would say you have done a very, very efficient job of handling wastewater and keeping it not only maintained without the rate increases. My hat's off to John, and I forget John's last name, who runs the wastewater plant, yourself, Mr. Finley, and Natter for doing such a good job, and all the team that's there at the wastewater plant, and my thanks to them. Second is that the water aspect of it, the drinking water, we have 3 purveyors. We're just dealing with the city side. Is that correct? Or are we dealing with all the other 2 purveyors here that distribute water?
Just the city side.
Very good. And I look at, again, the rate increases that compared to other cities. We had a moment in our history in the past with the need for maintenance of our wastewater lines and plants and so forth. And at one point, the city was asking of council to enlarge and repair, maintain one of the pipes going into the Hill Canyon plant that actually failed because council did not approve the maintenance that needed to be done in replacing it, making it larger, resulting in close to $100 million EPA fine against the city, which actually came down in subsequent time, but created a very, very big natural hazard and disaster for the city here because the council at the time did not make the correct decision. And I'm a big fan of preventive maintenance here. And my background in water and wastewater as I teach at Ventura College and train the women and men who go into the industry, maintenance is very important and keeping the best equipment available. Mr. Finley, would you agree with that perspective?
Yes, sir, and we sure appreciate the council's support on that.
So let me open it up to other council questions of staff, if I may. Let me go to my left this time. Any questions? Any questions here? Terrific. Let's move on to speakers. Oh, we have one? Yes, Mr. Engler.
Just a
Sorry,
quick question. Yeah, on the maintenance schedules, the rates, I'm proud of the fact that our our actual rates from our water company only went up 3%. We're doing a pass-through and reducing the amount of the total pass-through, which is admirable. We also have quite a bit of money in our reserve accounts and our emergency accounts. Can you go a little bit into why we need to keep that much money in reserve?
Sure, Councilmember Engler. We have 3 different reserves for each water and wastewater. One is just our emergency reserve. We saw that happen with one of our water reservoirs where we had the major structural issue and we had to do an emergency repair on that reservoir. So that's one in each water and wastewater is an emergency reserve in case something happens. We also have our capital reserve. As you can see with both water and wastewater, we have significant amount in budget for 2024 in capital projects, and we are using down our reserves in both of those funds in order to be able to fund some of those projects. And then we have our operating reserve. So we have our normal ongoing operating operations, and it's recommended policy to include 25% of your total cash in order to pay for your ongoing operations. So we have those 3 reserves in each of our funds.
Having the reserves, that helps us prevent borrowing money as well? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it helps prevent borrowing money, but it also helps ensure you have more stable and consistent rate increases annually.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions from council staff? Madam Clerk, according to my record here, we do not have any public speakers. Is that correct for this topic? Very good. So, council, any other discussion, any comments? Otherwise, I can call the vote. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
I don't have any comments above those, beyond those made. I will move that we adopt this and, if relevant, find it CEQA exempt. Thank you.
Did that very well, Mr. Newman. Thank you. Oh, yes, sir. Mr.
Just one
Adam.
quick comment. I mean, I totally agree with you. Our wastewater fees are the lowest in the county, and they have been traditionally for years, and a lot of that has to do with Hill Canyon and the fact that it's an incredible facility. We treat 9 or 10 million gallons of wastewater a day, I think, and it's very important that we keep it maintained and running properly, and so that's what this is going to do tonight.
Very, very important, and a reflection on the quality of our wastewater treatment personnel staff who keep that running so efficiently. Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the floor. Would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Next up, we have item C, stop sign installation at 12 intersections. Staff will position themselves to make the presentation. We have Senior Civil Engineer Jim Mishiko, if I am close on that pronunciation, to provide the presentation, backed up by Nader Hadari, our Deputy Public Works Director, and Noel Doran, Assistant City Attorney. When you're ready, sir, go ahead and proceed with the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee. The pronunciation of my name was correct,
Yes.
so thank you for that. And council members, the item before you this evening is to consider adding stop sign control at 12 intersections. Absent from each of these intersections are stop signs, which are the primary tools that traffic engineers use to assign and regulate right-of-way to avoid conflicts between vehicles, bikes, and peds. The 11 intersections are located within the Deer Ridge community in Newbury Park, and one is a 4-legged intersection in central Thousand Oaks. Stop sign evaluations are considered by the council about once a year to allow for public input on the proposed installations. And number 2, have the council take appropriate action since the authority to approve stop signs rests with the council. Here's a vicinity map that shows where one of the 12 intersections is located southeast of the intersection of Jans Road and Lynn Road in central Thousand Oaks. This location map shows the 4-legged intersection of Campbell Avenue and Fordham Avenue, where all 4 legs at the intersection are uncontrolled. Drivers entering the intersection from any of the 4 legs may not know who should yield and who should have the right-of-way. The two red symbols on Fordham Avenue indicate the proposed stop signs to make Fordham Avenue stop sign controlled and allow Campbell Avenue to remain uncontrolled. We evaluated this location as a result of a citizen concern over vehicles not yielding the right-of-way. This was the only intersection reviewed in this neighborhood, as we noticed the adjacent intersections already had stop sign control in place during our field visit. Residents within a 300-foot radius of the intersection were notified by mail this evening to let them know that this item will be considered by council. Here's a vicinity map showing the location of 12 or 11 T intersections within the Deer Ridge community in Newbury Park. This neighborhood is to the south and east of the intersection of Lynn Road and Wendy Drive. And this location map shows the 11 T intersections within the Deer Ridge community. None of the three legs at each of the T intersections are controlled. Drivers entering the intersections may not know who should yield and who should have the right-of-way. The red symbols indicate the proposed stop signs at each of the terminating streets. The continuous cross streets would remain uncontrolled. The investigation was initiated due to a resident request for stop sign control for the intersection of Golden Crest Avenue and Aaron Leah Avenue, which is circled in the lower left corner of this map. And while we're performing our field observations at Golden Crest and Aaron Leah, we noticed that the other intersections in this tract had similar visual impairment issues and were uncontrolled without any stops or yields. I'd like to point out that if this track was built today, the developer would be conditioned to install stop signs in the same manner as shown on this map to comply with current traffic engineering standards, so the motorists know who shall have the right-of-way. The neighborhood is an outlier in terms of missing stop signs. Adding them would match the rest of the city. Residents within this entire tract were notified by mail of this issue to be considered by the council this evening. During our field investigation of the 12 intersections, we observed two conditions that could be mitigated with stop sign control. Number one is the impaired corner visibility for vehicles approaching from the terminating legs who are obligated to yield. I'll be showing you some pictures that illustrate some of the sources of visual impairment these drivers contend with. Number two, the staff witnessed an incident where a driver who was obligated to yield failed to do so and a collision nearly occurred. This is consistent with past observations with similar intersections in the city that were absent of stop and yield signs. The California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is published by Caltrans, provides guidelines on the use of stop signs based on certain conditions, including traffic volume, collision history, or visibility. The city has adopted its own Road Standards Plate 3-10, shown here on this slide, which specify intersection visibility requirements at uncontrolled intersections. The plate simply says that the line of sight is evaluated 40 feet before the intersection. This is roughly the point at which the driver approaching the intersection would need to decide if it's necessary to fully stop based on the activity of vehicles, bikes, or peds at the approaching cross street. If the corner line of sight is clear looking both to the left and right, there's no issue and stop signs are not warranted. However, if there are visual impairments such as landscaping, walls, parked vehicles, or road curvature that impair the corner line of sight when approaching the cross street, the location would not meet the requirements of Plate 310, and stop signs would be warranted to mitigate the condition. Now let's turn to a picture that best illustrates an example of the line of sight issues at one of the intersections being considered. This photo shows the T intersection of Golden Crest Avenue at Aaron Leah Avenue. This is the southbound view from Golden Crest as you approach Aaron Leah at about 40 feet before the intersection. And at 40 feet before the intersection, looking to the right, a driver will see tall shrubs and a split rail fence limiting the corner visibility of Aaron Leah Avenue traffic, bikes, and pedestrians. This condition does not satisfy the sight distance conditions or requirements of Plate 3-10. Here's the same intersection looking to the left, 40 feet before the intersection. There's a corner wall and a tree which makes it difficult to see traffic, bikes, and pedestrians on Aaron Leah Avenue. This condition does not satisfy the sight distance requirements of Plate 3-10. The other intersections within this neighborhood have similar visual impairments as shown in these pictures when you're positioned 40 feet before the intersection. Now, this matter was presented to our Traffic Commission this past April, where public outreach notifications were mailed in the same manner used for this council meeting. After considering public input from 4 speakers and 5 written statements, the commission voted 5-0 to recommend the council approve stop signs at only 2 of the 12 intersections. The commission felt that it would be best to exclude 10 of the proposed stop signs within the Deer Ridge neighborhood based on 3 factors. Number 1, the neighborhood feedback only supported the installation at the intersection of Aaron Leah Avenue and Golden Crest. Number 2, the Deer Ridge neighborhood is an older and low traffic volume neighborhood without a significant history of vehicle collisions. And number 3, state law already requires the driver of any vehicle approaching from the minor street of a 4-legged intersection or the terminating leg of a T intersection to stop and yield the right-of-way. As such, the commission only supported stop signs at the 4-legged intersection of Campbell Avenue and Fordham Avenue and the T intersection of Golden Crest Avenue and Aaron Leah Avenue. As mentioned earlier, mailers were sent to residents advising them of tonight's staff recommendation to propose stop signs at 12 intersections and invited the public feedback on the proposal either by attending tonight at the council meeting, participating online via Zoom, or submitting an email to staff. At this time, we received 25 emails from residents opposing staff's recommendation. The majority of the comments state that the stop signs are unnecessary, the residents don't want to stop at each intersection, and comments about stop signs paired with road markings being unsightly. Those emails were shared with the council earlier this afternoon as a supplemental packet item. So in summary, the recommended stop signs that are being considered tonight will achieve a number of goals listed here and should address the public's concerns over drivers who are obligated to yet failed to yield the right-of-way. In addition, they will serve to mitigate the impaired line of sight issues at 12 intersections, which will improve safety and help intersections comply with the city's road design standards. Safety governs over aesthetics when it comes to traffic and roadway safety. So with that said, Public Works will be able to mount most of the signs on existing signposts, plus a white limit line added to the pavement. This will minimize any perceived aesthetic impacts. So with that, the staff recommendation is listed in the staff report. We're available to and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Mr. Taylor, then we'll go to Mr. Adam.
First question, can you clarify, Traffic Commission approved 2 of the 12, or they want all 12? They approved all 12?
They just recommended 2 of the 12.
Okay. Second question, are we obligated to, I think in the beginning you mentioned that if this neighborhood was built today, all of these stop signs would be put in place. Do we have any obligation to go to older neighborhoods and bring them up to code like we're talking now? Or is this more a precaution to try to create a safer environment?
Yeah, we're not under a legal obligation to go inspect every intersection and make changes. In this instance, there was a report of a concerning intersection, and at that time, staff went out there and evaluated not only the intersection that was reported, but they noticed other issues in the surrounding area. And so at that point in time, then the city has an obligation to look into it and make recommendations.
Okay, so now that we've looked into it and you've recognized that there's some areas that, you're recommending to put stop signs, if we don't put those stop signs there, is there now an added liability on us?
Yeah, at this point, I would say yes. Say that the staff has identified certain issues out there, particularly the line of sight issues, and the way to mitigate those issues are with the installation of stop signs, and that's what staff's recommendation is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple quick questions. Basically, the Deer Ridge area is existing non-conforming. to our current regulations and ordinances. Do we then have, I'll throw another term out there, a design immunity because of that? If something were to occur this was designed according to the code in those days, are we then, since we now know that it doesn't comply with our code, do we have any immunity because it was designed properly to begin with?
I can answer that question. So I think design immunity is based on the concept that if the city council considers a particular design element and approves it, you have a defense. It doesn't mean that you're completely absolved, but you have a statutory defense. This, however, is a little different than what would be considered a design immunity defense based on the original conditions of the street. This is kind of similar to, for example, we receive, citizen notifications of uplifted sidewalks or, tree issues. And historically, actually, our staff goes out there and looks at whatever that concern is. But there's a concept called reasonable notice. And so we encourage and we actually applaud our staff kind of being proactive when they're out in the community. They proactively look around to see if there are any other issues associated with that. Because at that point in time, if city staff is out in a particular area, and they're within close proximity to other types of potential public hazards, we are on reasonable notice. There's an argument to be made that we are given reasonable notice of a potential hazard or public safety issue. So it's a little bit different than the design immunity concept.
So basically, we've been put on notice, so to speak, by this
Right.
citizen complaint.
Right. Typically, if we receive if we're sued for, a trip and fall or what have you, a lot of the arguments are based on the premise that we had constructive or reasonable notice of the defect or the, I would just give up on that at this point. But we are put on notice of a potential defect or public safety issue. So again, historically, we always encourage our staff to be proactive in evaluating not just the particular issue that a citizen has raised as a concern, but to also observe other areas in close proximity to determine whether there's any potential issues.
Yeah, thank you. I think that helps with some of my decision-making. And the recommendation is totally in compliance now with our current code. I noticed that it was signed 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, you don't happen to have any pictures of the Campbell Avenue at Fordham intersection, do you?
Unfortunately, we don't have it.
No, that's okay, that's okay. Why did the traffic out of these 11 or 12, why did they focus on those two? Golden Crest at Aaronlee and Campbell Avenue at Fordham? Were they the most, I don't know, obvious ones that needed stop signs? Or
Yeah, both of those locations you named were the locations that originated each investigation. Campbell Avenue at Fordham for that one intersection in central Thousand Oaks, and then Aaron Leah at Golden Crest in this Newbury Park neighborhood.
So they were ground zero of the stop sign inquiry.
That's correct.
Those two, okay, I got you. So these are all T intersections, correct?
All Ts except for the intersection at Fordham and Campbell. It's four-legged.
Well, would a yield sign be an alternative?
Yield sign could be considered, although that's somewhat ambiguous, what a yield means. I mean, it's still, there could be some misinterpretations as to what yield means. In some cases, a situation may require you to stop, and a vehicle might still roll through. I mean, there's still some conflicting issues there. So we typically go with stop signs because the message is perfectly clear. If there's a conflict, you're going to need to stop.
And if I
So
might
stop
add,
is more clear than yield.
and if I might add, our current city standard calls out for a stop sign in the instance that you have impaired
Yeah.
visibility at the intersection.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes stop signs are misinterpreted as more like try and stop. You know what I mean? Anyway, yield signs wouldn't work, in other words, in your opinion. They'd be misinterpreted.
Yes, at least I don't personally recommend use of yield signs.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
As my wife and I drive around the city of Thousand Oaks, we've often commented that stop signs are optional for some drivers. So yes, I follow what your thought on yield signs would basically be ignored. What I'm hearing from you is that staff has gone out, and even though these intersections did not have any marked stop signs when they were first developed and homes were in there, based on landscape or changes in fencing or whatever the case may be, there wasn't a need for stop signs. But now that this neighborhood's shrubbery and landscape has grown up and fences have been built, that there's now a visual line sight that violates what's accepted in traffic design. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I've noticed a number of calls coming in to me from residents complaining throughout the whole city that there's a lot of speeding going on. And I'm looking at, are these stop signs going to deter speeders, because they obviously would be violating that as compared to at least racing down the street? Do stop signs help with some of the speeding issues that sometimes go on?
Not really. Stop signs are not designed to control speed. They're strictly a tool to regulate right-of-way. And for these intersections, the stop signs are only recommended for the terminating street. So the continuous cross street, where you probably want that speed control, those will be remaining uncontrolled.
Very good. So they could still race down the one street, but at least those people approaching the intersection will have a stop sign so they don't get hit. Is that what we're saying?
More or less, yes.
Okay. It's funny because I get calls from residents here in Thousand Oaks who want stop signs, and here we are, a community that doesn't want stop signs. It's just mind-boggling, but yet we are in a position right now that because we have been noticed, staff has gone out and done the analysis, we are now in a position as a city that if we don't do something and someone gets in an accident, now the city is held liable. Is that correct?
I can answer that. It's not, again, it's a risk. It's an increased risk that we were put on notice of a potential dangerous condition.
And one of the things I love about attorneys, you ask them a question, it depends. And that's an example of it depends. Is that a fair statement there?
Yes.
Very good.
Yes. It makes it easier for them to argue it. Let me put it that way.
Yes. With that, any other questions for staff before we move on to public comment? All right, let's move to public comment. According to my records, I'm seeing here, Madam Clerk, 8, is that correct? Super. Again, you're going to have your 3 minutes. I will let you know at 15 seconds left. Very quietly, I'll say 15 so you can wind it down. And first up, we have Steve Elliott here in the House, and second up would be Diane Maronde. Diane, come on down, sit behind, and Steve will speak first for 3 minutes, then I'll call you up afterwards. Steve, you got 3 minutes when you want to begin.
Yeah, hi, I'm Steve Elliott. I live in Deer Ridge. I am on Golden Crest, so I'm very familiar with the photographs that were taken, and I must say they were very misleading. For example, at Aaronlee and Golden Crest, Aaronlee dumps onto Lynn Road, and it's about 20 feet, I would say. There's a stop sign right there. There's an excellent line of vision. The other one was Comstock and Golden Crest, and I live right there too, and I don't have any problem, with any visual line of sight there either. If a survey was done of our neighborhood and they asked, what do you really want to have done? We would say things like, we have break-ins, there's coyotes, there's some fences coming down. And I don't think anyone would say, gosh, I sure wish we had some stop signs. That's just not on the radar screen. There's a lot of people that showed up that don't want them. And I'll tell you why. It's not just line of sight. It's changing the traffic flow. It's adding a post somewhere. We only have sidewalks on one side, and you walk your dog, and here's another thing to bump into. They're unsightly, and frankly, we don't need them. I've lived there in Deer Ridge for 35 years. I've never seen people speeding. I've never seen any kind of incidents of an accident ever happening. You know, I'm even surprised about a fender bender that was happening. If that happened, I never heard about it because it must have been a very minor one. In going forward, I don't really see a serious risk of people having accidents by coming out of a cul-de-sac is basically what a lot of those streets are. The Planning Commission looked at this and they said that, you know, gee, there's a lot of opposition. We don't, the residents don't want it. And, you know, this is a solution to a problem that we don't have. And if it's a liability thing, that was created here and by the problems of just going out and doing a survey that was unnecessary. I don't think we need these. I hope you vote against them. I want to have continued traffic flow, and I don't want to have the unsightliness, and I really don't want to have this change in traffic flow that we already have. There's safe drivers. Everybody that lives there does not speed in this community. It's dead end on either side. It's not a throughway that goes, you know, anywhere. The only people in there are people driving to and from their homes. So please vote against this. Thank you.
Next up, we have Diane. Then after that, Randy Alford.
Hi, I'm Diane Morandi, and my husband and I live at 1052 Golden Crest. We're on the same street that's being in question here. We are original owners of Deer Ridge and have lived there for 35 years. I've also lived in that same neighborhood in Newbury Park for 53 years. So I'm very familiar with the traffic flows, whatever stop signs. Other neighborhoods right down the street from us, they don't have any of these stop signs. We don't have any accidents. The only speeding that we ever get is along Wendy, right as they head towards Potrero Road, and you can hear them screaming through there. But in the housing areas themselves, in our small district, we've never had a problem. And that's included that during all the times the families have grown up there, and we've had inexperienced new teenage drivers. In all those years, this last minor incident is the only one I've heard of in the entire 35 years of this small housing district. As far as your liability, these are T intersections. The DMV is very clear that the person that street ends at that T section has the responsibility to yield to traffic and pedestrians that are on the through street. And so far, everyone is following that law. So as far as your liability, it's very clear. It's not like you have an unmarked four-way intersection where it's like, okay, well, you know, are you supposed to stop? Am I supposed to stop? No, DMV is very clear. We are required to yield. That means we pull up where we can see traffic coming, we take a look, and if you ever drive in this area, you'll see that there are several hills and curves. And because of that, that's what contributes to the slow driving. You can't race through that neighborhood. And the fact that anyone entering it either lives there or visiting or doing business. We don't have people just trying to get from one end of one part of Newbury Park to another, whipping through there. They're going to go down Lynn and Wendy, so they're not there at all. So I hope, considering the nature of the T section itself, we don't need any signs. It's already implied and reinforced by your DMV code. The traffic doesn't warrant it. It's very light. We're very small. Nobody wants it. This is overkill. There are 11 total intersections in our little housing tract, and you're saying you're going to put a stop sign up at every single one. Not a single one of those is needed.
5 seconds.
Pardon me?
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm afraid the only ones that will, we've had a very safe record, and I'm afraid the only ones that
Randy,
will find these
come on up.
posts
Thank you very
useful
much. Next up
are the dogs
after
taking
Randy,
their walk.
we have
Thank you.
Rick Vitelli. Got to keep us moving on. Randy, go ahead. And then after
Good
that,
evening,
Rick.
everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Randy Halford. I moved to Deer Ridge in 2018 to raise my 4 kids in a safe neighborhood. That is exactly what Deer Ridge is. I could not have picked a better location to raise my family. My kids ride their bikes on the streets daily. My family go on walks almost every evening. There has never been a single time where I have ever felt my family or my children were ever in an unsafe situation. The stop signs are not necessary. The money that would be going towards these stop signs would be much better spent, in particular on Windy, right outside of Aaron Leah at Windy Drive. Banyan Elementary is right across the street. Children from our neighborhood cross that area, and people have a tendency to speed on that road. It is a very scary street to cross, even as an adult. Having small kids crossing that street, it's scary. So the money would be much better spent. Looking at the risk side, I'm sure the city can find risk everywhere they look. Lynn Road is an absolute death trap. Just this morning at 7 o'clock, there was a horrible collision at Heavenly Valley and Lynn. I know that that has been brought to your attention time and time again about speeders. I know the police are doing everything they can as far as enforcement to bring the speed down. That is still a liability on the city, and like I said, you can find liability anywhere you look. There are no safety issues pertaining to stop signs in our neighborhood. I actually have concerns that the stop signs would do the very opposite. If drivers are having to stop constantly through the neighborhood, I think they're going to get frustrated. And I think you're going to have more non-compliance from frustrated drivers than you would just having the yield. I don't see anyone having difficulty understanding that when they come to a through street, you yield to that street. No one wants to be hit. If you have a stop sign or you don't, the driver is responsible for paying attention to the through street. If you have a distracted driver or someone who is not paying attention, there is going to be a collision one way or the other. I don't see a stop sign stopping that from occurring at all. I feel that it's precious resources going to an unnecessary area on top of other concerns like unneeded
15
braking, excess gas, reduce air quality, and other concerns that go along with that. So for that reason, I plead with you and I beg you guys to decline this
Next up, we have
and stand with
Randy
all of my
Alford.
neighbors. Thank you very
Randy,
much.
come on down, and it's Rick Vitale. Rick Vitale, please come on down. And after Rick, we have Jeffrey Pierce. Jeffrey, would you come on down and sit behind, and we'll call you up shortly. After that will be Daryl Jones. So Rick, you're up.
Rick Vitale, a 25-year resident of Deer Ridge, which some of the points I wanted to make have already been made, but I just want to reemphasize that the proposed 11 stop signs in our community are all at T intersections where, as a prior speaker stated or pointed out, the right-of-way is already clear. I do respectfully disagree with a statement Mr. Mashiko said a few minutes ago about Deer Ridge being an outlier community with respect to the number of stop signs or the lack thereof. To benchmark the staff's proposal against the surrounding neighborhoods, I used Google Maps today to determine the prevalence of stop signs on specifically cul-de-sacs that terminate in T intersections in neighborhoods adjacent to Deer Ridge. The results are as follows. The neighborhood on the southwest corner of Windy and Lynn intersection, which is the Banyan Park Elementary neighborhood, has 17 cul-de-sacs that terminate in T intersections, of which only 3 have stop signs. The neighborhood on the northwest corner of the Wendy Lynn intersection has 12 cul-de-sacs that terminate in T intersections, of which only 1 has a stop sign. And the neighborhood on the northeast corner of the Wendy Lynn intersection has 10 cul-de-sacs that terminate in T intersections, of which only 1 has a stop sign. The key takeaway here is that while there are some stop signs in those neighborhoods, the prevalence of stop signs in the neighborhood is very low. For some common sense points on installing stop signs, I looked at the website of the Ventura County Public Works Agency, which has the following statements. The purpose of stop signs is to assign right-of-way at an intersection. Well, with T intersections, that's already known. A common misconception is that stop signs can be used as an effective speed control or traffic calming device. Speeding issues are controlled by other traffic devices and enforcement.
15 seconds.
I respectfully request that the council refer this matter back to the city staff with a directive to narrow the scope of the proposal to only the 2 stop signs that
Next
were
up, we
approved by
have
the Traffic
Jeffrey Pierce.
and
Jeffrey,
Transportation
come on up.
Advisory Commission
Thank
on
you, sir.
April 26.
Thank you, sir. Jeffrey Pierce, come on up. And Daryl Jones, you're next up after that, so come on, have a seat. Jeffrey, feel
Thank
free.
you,
You got
Mayor.
3
Thank
minutes.
you, council members. As you can see, that we're passionate about Deer Ridge. I've been a business owner and a Thousand Oaks resident since 1991. Raised my 4 children here. My wife and I were fortunate to be able to choose Deer Ridge about 5 years ago. We did so because it is an amazing place to live. And one of the reasons it's so amazing is that you can see how passionate people are about that residence. I walk there every morning. I walk there every evening. I would love any of you to join me tomorrow morning. I feel badly for the time and effort that was spent. I understand safety. I understand regulation. I understand business. I understand liability. Since the mayor brought up the fact that you all meet with other councils, I had a very similar situation. My father and I own a home out in Palm Springs. And this is very relevant, I think, here because of the fact that I think one of your concerns will be liability, which has been addressed. The DMV has taken care of that in a T situation. But out in Palm Springs, we had a situation, and it's laughable, but it didn't end up being laughable. There was a beautiful lake right in the back. There was a beautiful swan that lived there for many, many years. The residents loved the swan. One resident complained that it chased their dog. Everybody agreed that they didn't want this swan removed. The council agreed that they didn't want the swan removed. But because they felt like it was a liability and if something would happen, they decided to remove it because of the liability. What happened was the resident got so harassed by everybody else there, they ended up having to move. The swan flew back from 200 miles away and still lives in the lake today. That's what happened. There's common sense. You know, there's regulation, there's safety, there's liability, but there's common sense. You can see, everybody knows. If you come there, you'll see there's zero reason for these. All I can say is, when I saw the map, which I don't know if you can see, is that how I do that? I thought, if somehow this is approved, thank goodness my house is on one of those corners, because I would hate to have that stop sign there. I'd feel terrible for whichever houses are there. But please, this is honestly a waste of time and money, so please vote no on this.
Daryl Jones, you're up, and then Elizabeth Pierce. Mr. Jones, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to reiterate everything that's been said. My name is Daryl Jones. I live in 1099 Antelope Place in Newbury Park at the top of the hill. I've been out here in Thousand Oaks since 71, graduate 73, TO High School, and I'm retired like my wife is, and I go out walking pretty much every morning at 7 o'clock. If you take a look at all the, or I should say at the map, basically on the homes that have a dead end or a circular street, there's only 3 to 4, maybe 5 homes in that whole area, in that cul-de-sac. So by the time you get out of your house, there's no way that you can collect speed in order to go right through something or slam into somebody. But I've never had a problem. If you take a look at Aaron Leah and Golden Crest when you would get onto Windy, there is no stop sign there. There's no post for a stop sign. There's a sign that says Aaron Lee and Golden Crest, but there is no stop sign. It hasn't been there for quite some time, if they ever had one at all. I've never seen one, but now they want to put one. Just wanted to let you know, in the September 8th Acorn, there was a item in there about stop signs not needed in the track. And I go along with that, gentlemen, and I go along with everybody else that's here. You're spending money that you could spend it on something else. In fact, why don't you guys fix the potholes that are in the street? Because you've got them there, but they want to put up stop signs. So anyway, that's all I got to say. But I think you guys need to get, and you can see from almost every corner if somebody's coming up the street or coming down the street. That one picture that's on Golden Crest and Aaron Leah, that's quite a ways away. That's not close to where you would make a right or a left. So anyway, my time's done. Thank you.
Elizabeth Pierce, and then after that, Jack Bernard. Jack, come on down and have a seat behind.
Good evening. I want to ditto everything that my neighbors have said, and my husband also spoke. My name is Elizabeth Pierce, and I don't want to repeat everything, just a little bit. Deer Ridge was built in 3 phases in 1988 to 1990, so it's survived 35 years without having any problems. So it's unusual that we're bringing this up now. But I realize there is this new regulation. But I understand that the one phone call started all this, and actually we have a lot of friends in the neighborhood. Everybody's really close, and it's a very cohesive neighborhood. And my friend that is actually on that corner of Aaron Leah and Golden Crest I've been texting a bunch of, since we've had this long meeting, I've been texting all my neighbors, and everybody's very supportive to not have these stop signs put in. But the one neighbor that I believe is the one that made the phone call doesn't know about the other 10, just knows about the one that they are concerned about next to their house. So just for that, and so you have that information. So unfortunately, there's lots of areas, like we've said, in Thousand Oaks and Newbury Park that wouldn't comply with this 40-foot site rule that we're referring to. But we are not going to go out and change all of them, just like hopefully we're not going to change Deer Ridge. And those changes should be made in areas that have traffic reports or have high traffic, so a problem area, which we do not have. And I know it's ironic that this is a community that we don't want stop signs, because like you said, you're used to everybody wanting stop signs, but we don't. We do not want them. And I just, in conclusion, ask you to please dismiss this recommendation. Thank you.
Jack Bernard, you're going to be the last. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Excellent.
Good to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening again. I registered a little late for this one because, honestly, I was not expecting to hear so much opposition to this project. As a cyclist or pedestrian in a neighborhood, stop signs make a major impact on comfortability when riding or walking along the street, specifically at an intersection where there are cars. When a stop sign is present, there is absolutely no question that you have the right of way and that the driver is legally obligated to stop. Yes, the DMV does state that drivers are obligated to yield in bikes and peds, but newsflash, they typically don't. This is a very little inconvenience to drivers and residents of the neighborhood, while being a large improvement to walkability and cyclability at the city at large. Aesthetic preferences are personally, in my opinion, not a valid reason to overlook equity for all road users. The city needs to be committed to reducing VMTs for the entire city, and these stop signs are a minimally invasive step to ensure the safety of bikes and pedestrians, as the engineers have stated in their report. I mean, do you want kids to walk to school, specifically Banyan? This is the type of traffic calming measure that needs to be implemented for parents to be comfortable to let their kids do that. I hope that we do go out and change every intersection that does not meet the 40-foot rule, especially as Thousand Oaks 2045 general plan has a Vision Zero statement in it, that we want to see absolutely zero deaths to pedestrians and cyclists and also drivers on our roadways. This is a way to do that. I hope that everyone who made a comment earlier is watching the stream at home to hear the detailed report from the engineering team, because they made a lot of really great points. And I just want to state for the record that I believe on my comment card I accidentally voted in opposition, or marked in opposition. If we could have that changed for the record, I'm happy to fill out a new card or anything like that. This comes with all due respect to the residents of the neighborhood, but again, this is a measure that needs to be implemented for the city at large to encourage walkability, cycling, and just road equity in general for all users. So, thank you.
That concludes the public comments. Staff, any comments or any thoughts about what was said?
Yes, thank you. We just have a couple comments based on what was presented by the residents this evening. One of the comments had to do with the evaluation of the lines of sight 40 feet before the intersection. Again, that's plate 3-10. That's the line of sight requirement for uncontrolled intersections that was adopted by the City Council some time ago. So until that standard changes, we will continue to evaluate these uncontrolled intersections based on those standards written on that plate. There was a question about the unsightliness, or comment about the unsightliness of the signs if they're added. There's an image on screen right there. Basically, most of these intersections already have a street name sign, so we would add a stop sign below the existing street name sign, and then add a limit line at the head of the intersection. We don't necessarily need to put a stop legend that we put on our major streets. So the image that's on screen is what we're envisioning for this neighborhood. Comment was made about the lack of stop signs on other neighboring neighborhoods near this Deer Ridge community. We haven't investigated those locations. They may not have the line of sight issues that we found at this within this neighborhood. And again, our line of sight measurements were 40 feet before you get to the limit line to determine whether or not you have the adequate braking distance and reaction time to come to a complete stop before you get to the cross street if there's a pedestrian or bicyclist or another vehicle that might be on that cross street. There was also a comment about the funding should be used towards the intersection of Wendy and Aaron Leah to help pedestrians cross at a marked crosswalk at that intersection. Just want to mention that that intersection is going to be upgraded later this year or early in 2024. We have a project that has 10 intersections that will be upgraded, or 10 crosswalks will be upgraded to rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which is a warning system to alert drivers that there's a pedestrian crossing at the intersection. So that's good news for the residents who made comment that they felt Wendy and Aaron Leah was unsafe for pedestrians. And I think that's about it.
Mr. Adari and Mr. Findley, any other comments?
Just a side comment, if there are any potholes anywhere in the city, we'd appreciate it if you could give us a call and let us know. We strive to correct any of those that are available. Please, you can see me right after the meeting if you know of one on any particular street or address.
And a very unselfless plug, we now have a terrific app on your phone that you could use to give your email address, phone number, report what you see, take a photograph of it, and send it over to the city, and they come out there and they will email you and text you updates as to the progress. Just as a side note, I was out at Thousand Oaks Garage having my tires fixed, and as I'm waiting around, husband and wife are commenting how much they hate to go into Los Angeles and West Valley because of all the potholes and the terribly maintained roads. And I asked them, that they didn't know that I was the mayor, and I says, what do you think of the roads here in Thousand Oaks? Says, we absolutely love Thousand Oaks roads. They are so smooth, we don't have potholes, and it's because the public notifies us, and our project works goes out and fixes them when they do occur. So Mr. Finley, my hat's off, thank you. You've got two big fans out there who said thank you very much for keeping our roads safe. That said, council, any other questions for staff? I have a question. We're dealing with wonderful 8 people here who made comment. They're passionate about their neighborhood. They love their neighborhood. How many people, how many homes are in that neighborhood? I want to get an idea as to, is this the entire neighborhood here, or is there how many others that are not here tonight to voice their opinion?
Yes, we notified the entire tract, and there was about 130 homes in that tract.
And about 2 people per home minimum, so we're dealing with how many people approximately in that area?
Yeah, 260 if you assume 2 per household.
All right. And we already know that 10 online are already saying the same thing the other 7 of the 8 are saying. Okay, very good. All right. So the way I'm looking at this, council, is that we have a couple options. We have a recommendation coming in from the Traffic Commission to address 2 of the intersections and leave the other ones go. We also have staff saying that we've got a 40-foot vision issue going on with the ones presented to us at the 12 intersections, which again may or may not open us to liability if there is a car accident, if I'm not misspeaking there. Excellent. City Attorney shaking her head saying, yes, that's correct. I am going to throw out 2 options here, see what people think. Are you okay as council that we talk about approving the 2 only and do a vote there, and then if that doesn't pass, move through the entire 12 and put that to a vote? Think about it. If you got other options, I'm open to it. Mr. Engler, go ahead.
Just for clarification for the city clerk and I, are you saying only consider the 2 and not consider the other 10? Or are you saying
That's
start
exactly
with
it.
the 2?
No,
okay.
that's what I'm saying right there. Go with the 2 only and not the other 10 based on
So you're
recommendation
looking
by the
for-
traffic.
right, so you're looking for a motion to basically adopt the resolution approving stop signs at the 2 locations?
Correct. And Mr. Engler is a thought, and I'm going to lean on his for his wisdom and experience, and go get him.
I think we can approach this in our normal manner without bifurcating in that respect. We have a recommendation from staff. We can either accept or reject that recommendation, and then I think we could have substitute motions after that.
So you're just basically flipping what I just said. Is that what we're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Excellent. So can I have a motion from one of the council members to accept staff recommendation 1 and 2?
If you guys don't mind, I just want a clarification.
Yes,
now,
sir.
I understood what you said. Walk me through now this option.
Option 1 is going to be, let's go with staff recommendation. We put it to a vote of all 12 intersections, part 1 and part 2 with the CEQA. And if that doesn't pass, then we'll look at just the 2 and put that to a vote.
Okay, so just changing the order is really what we're talking about.
Correct. Good. Can I have a motion?
I would move staff recommendation.
1 and 2, correct? CEQA.
1 and 2, yes, it's not CEQA, right.
Oh, you're right. No, it is. It is actually CEQA.
There is a CEQA part of it, yeah, it's exempt.
CEQA is exempt. Okay, I'm with you.
The reason really is, and I appreciate everybody's point of view and the perceived need or not need of stop signs. However, we have an approved and adopted recommendation, not even a recommendation, it's an ordinance that we have taken from the state. This is the state information, and we have approved it sometime before I was on the council, back before 1918 or 2018, to now say that based on input from the public, which is appreciated, but then to disregard what has been at least a 5 or 6 year ordinance is, in my opinion, leaves us wide open to liability. So to say based on this that we are not going to do it, I just don't see that as a viable option. Now that we've been put on notice by at least one person in that neighborhood that there's an unsafe condition that exists in that neighborhood. Our staff went out, verified the unsafe condition, found other unsafe conditions, and in my opinion, we proceed at our peril if we don't follow those recommendations. So I would say let's look at our staff recommendation and approve it.
Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, this does seem to be an issue of risk, and I'm not sure, though, based on the history of this neighborhood and what I've heard, that the risk is commensurate with the solution that's being proposed, which is 11 or 12 stop signs. Yeah, I'm in the risk business, and I do my best to mitigate it. You can't eliminate it, but, you know, you want to mitigate it. But, you know, we have people up here talking that have lived here 35, 40 years, and staff themselves have said that this doesn't seem to be a hotbed for accidents or speeding or anything like that. And again, we can't eliminate all risk, but I'm not sure that the risk-reward ratio is that great that we need to mitigate this risk with that many stop signs. So I have my doubts about that.
If I could just respond, if that's your point of view, and I appreciate your point of view, it's a well taken, and I appreciate what the folks are saying. I know that neighborhood very well. If that's the direction we're going to go, then part of our recommendations to staff is to do away with that policy, because that policy is one that puts us at risk. If we want to go one off every stop sign, or having a policy that is adjusted, then that's a way we might want to go. I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Powers.
that was going to be one of the points that I made to council, just to reemphasize. Staff here is simply applying council's adopted policy, right? It's governed by the state standards and those things. So those site distance issues, all the measuring. So if council chooses to do that, my recommendation to you as well would be to remand this to remand policy consideration, change back to traffic commission. Now, I just want to emphasize that you would then be taking a step into a different set of standards, very likely. So, Mr. Finley,
Yeah,
you want to add
just-
to that?
I don't see that.
I just want to add that, so this particular policy was based on, the MUTC recommendations, Caltrans recommendations for site distance and whatnot. We would be happy to take that plate back, that standard back, and reevaluate, make sure that it is consistent, look to see if there's other guidance, and bring something back through the Traffic Commission as a first step and back to council ultimately.
I'm not sure.
And just this plate was actually adopted in 2000. I believe I signed it in 2018. So
I wouldn't see any need to redo our policies. I mean, I understand the manual on uniform traffic control and the road standard business, but I think you look at these things on a case-by-case basis. And, we're looking at a kind of an isolated neighborhood here with long history of safe driving, and that I'm not getting where we'd have to rewrite our policies.
Well, the main point would be that we would have intersections that would be in violation of the existing policy, right? That we have studied and we made a determination to do that, right? So that's where the concern comes in. And if you can imagine this, let's say we haven't had many accidents. Let's say we had one. You can picture that case coming in when we're having that conversation. So in a public session on this night, you had a conversation about these and you decided, because there's been a history of safe driving conditions, you chose not to do this. And your own policy said this. And so my point in bringing up forward-looking, if we want to do that, we need to make sure that we're having a conversation about our policy.
Well, I thought you were trying to say that we would rewrite our policy.
Yeah, if you believe that this relatively newly adopted policy has some practical problems with it, then the proper thing to do would be to reevaluate that policy. Well, staff brings you policies all the time. We've done it with council norms, and those are policies, and we ask that staff implements the policies that you adopt, which is why staff did the evaluation of all of these stop signs. But if council believes that the policy that you adopted in 2018 has some practical application issues, then it would be appropriate to ask staff to evaluate that policy and come back with some recommendations, rather than to just ignore it.
I don't have a problem with the policy. Just like any policy, it gets applied to a situation, and I'm just thinking that maybe this particular situation isn't covered by that policy.
So to me, it's plainly covered by the policy.
Let's
Now,
do this.
what
Let's
we're
do
looking
this,
at-
Mr. Engler. Let me go ahead and answer the question. Mr. Newman's been very patient, so go ahead and respond.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to make 4 quick points here. Number one is I want to thank the residents, all of you on all sides of this, and staff for your measurements, and residents for weighing in. Number 2, I know this is very, very unusual and rare, but I want to say a word in praise of lawyers and the law. Finding risk is their job. It is literally their job to protect our city from liability, and they've done an excellent job of that for many years, and I'm grateful for that. Like Mr. Adam, I was also involved in risk assessment myself, a different business in cybersecurity for many years, but I understand the balance involved. Point 3 is I want to cover what wasn't said tonight in the staff report. We did not hear 2 things. We did not hear there's a lot of accidents in this neighborhood. We heard about 1 in 35 years. And we did not hear there's a high volume of traffic. And that, in my mind, argues against carpet bombing this out-of-the-way neighborhood, as Mayor Pro Tem Adam put it, with stop signs. And that brings me to the policy question. And I take the point that if we're on record as having a policy and we then act against that, legally that's probably actionable, and that is potentially a problem. I would agree with that. But I think we're being correct, or maybe hyper-correct on that point, in that this could go to really ridiculous ends, where I would posit that the majority of intersections in Thousand Oaks, and I'm making this up off the top of my head, but my observation is that the majority of intersections in our city are uncontrolled. They don't have a stop sign or yield sign or anything. And if any resident anywhere comes to us and says, put a stop sign there, put a stop sign there, we are then liable, and we're going to have all kinds of court costs if we don't act on that random request. And I'm concerned about going down that path. I don't think we need, in my judgment, 12 stop signs in this rather quiet neighborhood. But I also don't want to go against a policy that says we have to put 12 stop signs there because best practices say we do. So where I come down on this is twofold. Number one, I would not support staff's recommendations as written. I would favor a different motion to, one, adopt the two recommendations of the TTAC, and number two, send the policy back to TTAC for further discussion to bring it into alignment with reality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Newman, or not Mr. Newman, Mr. Taylor?
First off, I just want to say to staff, thank you guys. This was incredible work, and we appreciate it. I think it was Diane who said there were 3 reasons why people come into Deer Ridge. I'm going to offer a fourth. My wife and I are there all the time looking for homes. It's one of our favorite neighborhoods in Newbury Park. So that might be a fourth. I actually agree. Every time we're in there, granted, we're typically looking for homes. The neighborhood seems to be built for not an ability to go fast. It is a more slower pace neighborhood. Randy, you mentioned, is Randy here? You mentioned raising your kids. I think that's actually such a testament to a safe neighborhood. You allow your kids to play in the street. These are your most valuable possessions in a sense. If it's not safe, you don't let them do that. So I'm hearing you loud and clear, especially being one with kids. Jeffrey, if you're walking early enough, I'll come walk with you. I'd love to take that opportunity up. I agree with Councilman Newman. I would be in support of looking at Traffic Commission's recommendation of the 2. I personally think 12 feels like overkill when we have not the norm here. We have a neighborhood that's saying we don't need this. That's never our experience. So I tend to agree that this seems like overkill in a sense. So I don't know if that changes anything hearing his opinion too, but I would actually follow and say your second option, or the first option in the first sense.
To handle this, we would have to put the first vote that Mr. Engler has put forth.
Right.
That would be voted down if we want to move in that direction, and then we make another
Unless he
motion
wants
for
to
the other
withdraw
one.
the motion.
Unless you want to drop that motion, Mr. Engler.
I'm going to withdraw the motion. However, I want to emphasize that when we have a policy, to ignore that policy is not what we should be doing. Now, if we want to change the policy, that is a way we should address it. But if we have an existing policy, we have to follow that policy no matter, and I know the neighborhood very well. I drove it just the other day. I have friends in the area. At the hazard of my own motion, I think 11 is overkill as well. However, we have a policy in place for the last 6 years. That policy has to be followed. Otherwise, we're at extreme risk. So I will withdraw my motion, but that motion we need to temper whatever we do with an addressing our policy.
I'm going to go with Mr. Adam, then I'll come back to Mr. Newman. Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. So this policy that we keep talking about, would that be our own local road standards? We're not talking about the California manual on
Mr. Finley?
uniform traffic. It's a what?
Yes, that is correct. This is a standard that was established using the state's guidelines.
Yeah.
The council adopted a standard, and this is what the standard states.
Uh-huh.
We updated that standard about 6 years ago, but that standard has been in place for as long as anybody on this dais can remember up here. So it's been the standard. I will say this, the council has asked some specific questions tonight that we have not been able to answer about existing law and requirements and exactly what is required by the state or recommended. And with a little time, staff would be happy to bring this item back at some point in time and tell you exactly what the requirements are and where that standard came from.
I'm going to do Mr. Newman, and I'm going to put out some questions. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to reiterate the suggestion I made earlier as a friendly amendment to.
Actually, his been withdrawn, so you.
He's withdrawn, right,
Yeah.
but I want to make a friendly furtherance of Councilmember Engler's suggestions that since the 12 stop signs are now off the table, one possible way for us to proceed would be twofold. Number one, to vote the T-Tax recommendations, which are for the 2 stop signs. And number two, to send back to T-TAC a revision or a recommendation that, or request rather, that they come back with a revision in this policy so that we are compliant that the first step is compliant.
Ms. Newman.
Yeah, I kind of, but with just a little bit of tweaks on some
Please.
verbiage. Again, I would, if there is a desire to consider the 2 streets, I would ask that a motion be made adopting a resolution approving stop signs at the following 2 intersections: Golden Crest Avenue at Aaron Leah, Campbell Avenue at Fordham Avenue. Number 2, to direct staff to evaluate any potential changes to Plate 310, take it to the Traffic Commission for evaluation and recommendation, and then bring it back to the City Council. And finally, to find that the project is categorically exempt.
So a comment and a question, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Comment is, you said that much better than I could, thank you. The question is would that evaluation by TTAC, would the process we're setting in motion here satisfy your concerns, Mr. Powers' concerns with regard to policy? Like, would we be okay moving forward with the 2 stop signs and a suggested revision?
Yeah, we'll add to it. So, and I apologize to the audience, it's late, and I know you're bearing with us during the sort of sausage making, but this is really important stuff when it comes
Yes,
down to the
agreed.
policy components. And the reason that we ask for the revision is because these types of requests, stop sign requests, are not that infrequent. And I would not want to get into a position where we're making arbitrary decisions on a case-by-case basis without some standards attached. Whatever those are, that's the purview of the council, ultimately.
And as the Public Works Director indicated, we've not actually evaluated what potential conflicts there could be with state law. So we need to be able to have an opportunity to do
And I will
that.
tell you, on top of that,
100%.
I like the fact that you're not actually acting on the other, so you're not formally denying the stop signs in those locations. But we are just simply remanding it back on those pieces and acting on the 2 that the Traffic Commission advanced.
And actually, that's a really good point. I did leave something off. If either, you guys could decide either to not approve the other 10 or to continue consideration of the other 10 until the policy comes back.
Mr. Newman, would you like to make a motion to any of those options and possibilities? Or do
I
you
would,
want-
Mayor. All the stuff our city attorney said.
That's a great way of putting it. But
Is
on
that
the,
sufficient?
but the other 10, how do you want to handle the other 10, though? Do you want to?
Well, if I understood City Attorney Noonan's statement correctly, she was suggesting 3 courses of action. Number 1, that we adopt the 2 stop signs recommended by the TTAC. Number 2, that we send the policy back to TTAC for further study. And number 3, that the remaining 10 also go back to TTAC. Is that?
I was suggesting that it be continued.
Continued.
Unto a date uncertain.
For the 10, not for the 2
Yes,
that
exactly,
were
for
already
the 10,
recommended,
for the
right?
10.
And I guess number 4, that CEQA
Categorically
can
exempt. It's
go.
categorically
It
exempt.
doesn't apply here.
So,
I just want to, I'm looking at the city clerk to make sure she understands the motion.
just a point of clarification then, so theoretically, the 10 could come back again to us?
In theory.
In theory.
In theory, depending on revision of road standards.
Right.
We don't have to vote for them. We can vote them up or down.
You're just
We're not
continuing.
required to
You're just
approve them.
continuing consideration of the other 10 right now.
Okay.
Can we, any other discussion? Are we all happy? All right, so Madam Clerk, we have a vote lined up. Are you content with how this is worded?
Yes.
Excellent. Please call the vote.
And just to clarify, the motion was made by,
Mr. Newman.
thank you. Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. That was very critical, so I'm glad you went through and worked on that. Very good. Item 15, we have Councilmember Engler, National League of Cities Summer Board and Leadership Meeting, Tacoma, Washington, July 19 and 21. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as part of my duties of being a public safety committee member for the National League of Cities, there was a meeting up in Tacoma, beautiful downtown Tacoma, Washington, over the summer. And I thank the citizens and the council for sending me up there to take a look at things. There's a couple of notable items that I wanted to bring back. One is that Tacoma is a city in transition. It's a city that was heavily industrialized and has now lost that heavy industry and is trying to reinvent itself. So they are doing quite a few things to accomplish that. They're using public art and retooling what used to be a railhead for their port area and bringing in a branch of the University of Washington and having in-house students at that location. They're also bringing in affordable housing for their impacted areas through a variety of federal grants and state grants. They are really attempting to reinvent themselves up there. As part of my assignment with the Public Safety Committee, we talked about a couple of things that are interests across the nation and also in our own neighborhood. One, we're supporting bills and lobbying for increased spending and attention to opioid use and the opioid crisis. We also had a great presentation by a group who is using drones for police and fire interventions. And they had a couple of very good instances where those drones were very instrumental in solving crimes. So it's something that I think is, as I say each time, always worth our while to attend. We can always bring back some things that are interesting to our city and keep our pulse on the what's happening in the nation. It also helps to raise the visibility of Thousand Oaks to the rest of the country. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. May I have a motion to receive the report, and this is not a project defined under CEQA? Motion, anyone? We have Mr. Adam. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that passes 5-0.
We'll now turn this over to City Manager Drew Powers.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee. We'll be back 2 weeks from tonight. We have a couple special presentations, but in addition to those, we'll have a update on our citywide cannabis program. We will have an update to some varying sections and definitions in our municipal code, some initiations potentially there, and the TO Arts annual report. That's on the 26th of September.
Thank you. We're going to adjourn in memory of Robert, Bob, and Patty Berry and Kathy Jeffers Volk. First, Robert Bob Berry and Patty Berry were deeply saddened this evening by the heartbreaking loss of our friends and partners in government. Robert Berry, also known as Bob, and his wife Patty Berry, who passed away together on July 24th. After long and distinguished careers in municipal finance and public administration, the two devoted their lives to philanthropy and community service in Thousand Oaks. Bob and Patty Berry are Both California natives, they met while working in finance department for the city of Monterey Park. In 1981, Bob and Patty moved to Thousand Oaks, where Bob became finance director for the city. Patty continued her public administration career serving the city clerk office in Thousand Oaks. Patty also worked for the biotech firm Amgen for 16 years until retiring in 2005. Bob worked in local government for over 52 years with the cities of Monterey Park, Fontana, Thousand Oaks, and Westlake Village as the chief financial officer. Bob was a member and past president of the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers and was recognized with its Distinguished Service Award in 1992. Bob was active with the League of California Cities and chair of their Revenue and Taxation Policies Committee. Bob always welcomed new people with a warm demeanor, a friendly smile, and words of encouragement. Many were inspired to serve in leadership capacities, encouraged by Bob's lifelong public service. At conferences, Bob's booming voice would recognize those in attendance during formal introductions. Often there were discussions where the conversation would go to the archivist, Bob, who chimed in with a piece of critical information to share with new leadership members. You know, you would always enjoy your interaction with Bob and his wife Patty at conferences and probably get a needed laugh or two. Bob retired from the city of Thousand Oaks in 1999, and with Patty, continued volunteering in the Conejo Valley. There are many organizations and agencies that have benefited from their philanthropy over years. The Berries were founders of the Alliance for the Arts, known today as TO Arts. Bob was also past president of the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza Foundation and Cultural Affairs Commissioner, Arts Commissioner, and an integral TO Arts board member. A significant part of their efforts was to be involved with the creation and the subsequent programming of the Thousand Oaks Performing Arts Center. In recognition of his vision in the Civic Arts Plaza, Patty and Bob sponsored a large picture window in the Kavli Theater mezzanine lounge. They were deeply committed to arts education and provide support to share those opportunities with local students. Bob and Patty supported many nonprofits and service organizations, including the Conejo Las Virgenes Future Foundation, Friends of the Thousand Oaks Library, Five Star Theatrics, and Conejo Valley Historic Society, which crowned Bob Don Triunfo in 2009. Oakleaf Music Festival, National Geographic Explorers Program, Stagecoach Inn Museum, Hospice of the Conejo Valley, and Habitat for Humanity. The Berries also have been supporters of the New West Symphony since its inception and were its honorees in 2022. Bob joined Rotary International in 1967, and along with Patty and two of them, were able to support Rotary's mission together. Bob had perfect meeting attendance since joining the club and served as club president. There were major donors to the Rotary Foundation and participated in numerous events, including the annual Thousand Oaks Chili Cook-Off and over 70 Rose Bowl parades in Pasadena. Even if they were traveling, they would identify with a local Rotary club they could attend so they would not miss a meeting. One of their joys was the adventure of travel, as long as they recognized the value of learning from other places and cultures. Bob and Patty were married for 51 years and will be missed immensely by their families, colleagues, and countless friends. They are survived by their children Ed, Brian, Cindy, and Karen, many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Also, we're adjourning in the memory of Kathy Jeffers Volk. We are totally saddened by the loss of Kathy, a longtime resident, TO Arts board member, and supporter of the arts community, especially our resident companies. Her generosity, along with her late husband, Charles Volk, extended beyond donations and into service. Kathy was appointed to the TO Arts Board in 2019, following her long history with the previous Alliance for the Arts, where she shared where she served as the president of the Angels of the Arts Auxiliary Fundraising Group. She had a heart for youth and a passion for arts education. She'd often be found greeting children as they came off school buses for field trips to the theaters. In 2021, Kathy joined the New West Symphony Board of Directors. She had an infectious positivity that would light up a room. Along with her wonderful sense of humor, she embodied the full loving spirit of living each day to its fullest. We share our condolences and sympathy with Kathy's family and friends. We are grateful for her service to our community. She will be greatly missed. And with that, I'd like to adjourn to our regular meeting, September 26, 2023.